now we're into 2 days of writing. But before we start 2 days of writing, we're finishing just a few videos because they're really good and they're all short. But just a few writing or reading videos that we didn't finish from yesterday. So if you're Nest City and you're here for writing, I'm sorry about that. We're just finishing a few videos up. But you know what? They're about conferring. And I'll do conferring with writers tomorrow, and it's a lot similar. It's a lot, very much the same. Okay, so I think you can still learn from watching these.
Okay, so you all are you finished with your little?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you know what we didn't do is the materials.
Well, let's
Maybe do that
finish
first?
up.
Okay.
Yeah, because let's finish up reading and then we'll
Right.
start the writing.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so everybody, your little red folder, we haven't really done a whole lot. So does everybody from Nest City and Holy Family have one? Megan needs one? Okay. Do we have any more up there?
I used that one as right was on one page.
So, inside this, remember I had you guys start a little Post-it note with websites on it. So we'll be continuing to add to that. So don't worry about that right now. But Nest City, and we'll have you make one of those here in a little bit. But I just kind of wanted to go through a few things on the writing. So we talked about the text level. We talked about this one about keeping track for your class. Behind that, so the fourth sheet is resources for conferring and for small group. We talked a little bit yesterday about some things you draw from for knowing what to teach your kids. Okay, so there's some ideas on there. The next sheet is coaching readers. Some things you might say, some language, say more, or what about? Now, these are just kind of sentence starters for you. Okay. And then the next sheet are prompts. If a student is reading level A through G, that's more the foundational type of reading. These are some prompts that you can use when you're conferencing with them. Okay? And then we have the bands of text level complexity, and there's quite a few sheets on that. So, Mary, just briefly, did you want to say much about, we talked about not labeling a student an I. You're an I, you're a J, you're an M. We don't want to do that. That's a teacher tool.
Yes, and what I would say is the reason why they're in there and why they're good for you to know is because we have teachers who say, well, especially upper grade teachers, how do I conference on a book I don't know? Okay? And so they get a little caught up in thinking they have to make more or less an oral quiz about that book. Well, we want the kids to be thinking deeper than that and going deeper than just reciting, the surface level little kind of stuff. So each band of books kind of have similar characteristics as far as plot line, the number of characters, the amount of conflict, how conflicts are usually handled. And so if you become familiar, now there's A through Z, you don't have any need to know all the characteristics from A to Z. But if you know your kids are reading JKL books, then you could become familiar with the characteristics for those books. Or if you know that your kids are reading in RST, in that RST band, you could look that over and know what kinds of things they're encountering. And when you sit down with them, it might give you an idea if they're giving you a complete enough answer. So let's say if I know in RST that there's probably going to be a major character and some minor characters, and you say to this, you sit down and you say, now tell me about the characters in this book, and they can only name the major character, then you need to probe a little bit more and say, and who are the supporting characters, and what are they like, and what are their traits like. So that's mainly is a teacher tool for you to help you conference, okay? And there's a whole book conference with students and know the kind of work they'll be doing in there. But sometimes in order to move a student up a level, you kind of have to know what it is in that next band, that what additional skills are they going to have to read books in that band. And that also can help you drive your small group work. Because you can say, okay, well now, the setting before was not all that influential on the story, but maybe in this text band, the setting really influences the story. And those are the kinds of things you can get from looking at all of Jennifer's cerebellums. We all have them, and they're totally easy reads, and will be great for troubleshooting any kind of problem that you have. And so please, some of your teams have them as well. Yes, because we had a conference just on conferencing, and Shanna got for many teachers. So, ask around if you're interested in it. I'm fascinated by it because I think that's just a really neat way to look at helping kids get in the right books.
Maybe you talked about this and I wasn't around, but did you talk about how a student probably shouldn't read just all of one letter? Yeah. Did you talk about that?
Well, I think we did before said, we don't want to say just take you as a J, because sometimes it's just like when Laura does her daily reading life. If while you're reading, you might want a book that's just fluff. It's just brain candy. It's just easy to read. Maybe you have a book that's a little harder if it's a technical reading or a professional reading or something. In the case of kids, it might be nonfiction, might be a little bit more tricky for them because they don't have the vocabulary. But they like books about sharks, okay? So if you let them choose out of a band, not only will you not run out of books so fast, but also, we do all different kinds of reading. We're not stuck to just a certain genre or a certain letter. We don't want kids to be labeled that either. Instead of saying, you're a J reader, you just say, look, I want you to pick out these three bins, okay, and use these for.
These books are just right for you because you are really starting to think more about your characters. And you're starting to realize how characters really change from the beginning to the end. So I think the books in this tab are going to be just right for you. So it's more matching readers to their
Because
behaviors.
there is no perfect leveling system really, because a reader brings a different amount of experience with that topic. They bring with them a certain love of certain genres, so to say that you can only read J, and there's a K book all about sharks, and this little boy knows everything there is about sharks. Why would I not let him try at least the K book on sharks? So,
I gotta say, this is kind of an extreme example, but when my son Ethan was in 5th grade, fourth grade, I think it was. He wasn't an avid reader at all, and I read to him growing up. I didn't really like it, but he had gotten into Harry Potter movies. Oh my gosh, he knew all the characters. He was talking the lingo. He wanted to read the Sorcerer's Stone, and he really thick book, because gosh, Ethan, you can barely read one of these. You don't even want to read one of these. Why? Oh wow, Harry, and so his teacher was Christy O'Borney at the time, and I said, she had AR goals set for him, and I knew he wasn't going to finish that book in the 6 weeks that he needed to take the test to get the points. But, that's a whole other conversation we can have. But she said, you know what, Ethan, if you want to read it, and give it a try. And thank you to J.K. Rowling, because he became an avid reader and
leveling or where your kids are at, because we talk about how in order to make progress, they have to be reading books that they're successful in. But sometimes we go to the other extreme where we're just going to focus on the letter, and I really, it hurts my heart when I hear kids say, well, I'm just a B. Everybody else in my class is a B. It's like, you're not a B, you're a little boy. And, you know, it's like, that can be very self-defeating. That's about like saying you're a buzzer and not a mover. You know, it's kind of that whole grouping thing, and they don't want to go back there. So
I was gonna say too, on the opposite end of that spectrum, sometimes we get, second graders tend to make a lot of progress and first graders too, but they tend to sometimes make a lot of progress in 1 year. It's like they catch on to something and they just go with it. And they can go up 4 or 5 levels in a year's time, but they're up into like, you know, sometimes an S or a T, and you're thinking their maturity is not probably an S or a T type of, you know, book. So, you know, you have to use your judgment. Also, kids don't necessarily want to read those types of books, even though they can. So developmentally, it would be appropriate for them to be, you know, N's, O's, P's, and that I've heard teachers say there are so many good books in that range that the child did not get to read, and it's kind of a shame because, you know, they just skipped. Just because they can read that high doesn't mean that you always want to force them to read that high. That's what I'm saying.
And will continue to improve because
Yeah.
I know there was a third grader with Wilson that came up. This mom, her daughter was reading very high, but she loved Magic Tree House and wanted, you know, there's 50 of them. And her teacher let her read those, and her reading level continued to go up. So it's not like it's going to hold them back.
So I think too the answer might be to make sure that you've got a good section of books that is really at their independent level. That's where the majority of the books in their bag should be. And you'll want to let them have 1 or 2 that might stretch them or be a nonfiction that might be a little tougher. So, you know, it's okay if they have a couple that are above or below, but the majority of those books should be probably at whatever level they're testing at.
and Karen, as a librarian, you know, we kind of, our philosophy is, I know our books are labeled in the library with letter levels, but sometimes we feel like a library should be a place that you just go and choose books that you love. But not all teachers feel that way. Sometimes they'll send a card and say they can only pick books in this range. So, I mean, we try not to step on their toes there, but, you know, that's another piece of, you know, information you might want to check with teachers.
You know, I think with Ethan, it wasn't that he couldn't read and understand it. I mean, he wasn't a low reader. He just didn't find something that interested him to get him to read. And when he found something he loved that pushed him a little bit more, he was able to really, I don't know, it just, I think of that time in his life and it made a difference for him in his life. It just kind of changed him.
And really, the levels become less important as you grow up. And, okay, very important in first and second grade because they're just little tiny steps. If you look at that text ladder of progress, there's just a million little steps. You get to third grade, and it's like, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but M and O, 3, you know, or so, and anything that's labeled as Z plus or Z, it could be a wide range of anything, and lots of times that gets that rating because of content, like what they're going to be reading about in there, maybe violence or language or things they use. Topics.
Okay, thank you, Mary. So, as you look through this folder, you'll see questions for conferring, different types of questions based on the type of genre. So it's kind of just something to give you to go on, you know. But we're going to watch some videos of some teachers doing some conferencing, and so we're trying to get a wide range of ages. So this first one is about a seventh grader. Go
I was
ahead.
gonna say, that's okay. I was gonna say, just remember that when you confer, most importantly, it's a genuine conversation. That's most important. The relationship with the child, we all know, we're studying about kids and trauma coming to school. They will do better if they trust you and have a relationship with you. So most important when you're conferring with kids is the relationship, the trust, the genuine conversation. Then you can look secondly at what is her teaching point, what is she trying to teach? So with this little girl here, I believe she is teaching her to look at the picture first before you read because that will give you more information.
Right, great. Okay, so also on the left side of your folder, before we go on, these are the parts of a conference. Now, it's not important, like we talked yesterday, okay, I'm doing my research on, now I'm deciding now I'm going to do the teach part, and I can't forget the link. I mean, you don't have to know all those exact parts, but it is it kind of follows a little bit of a mini lesson type of format. So you can kind of think about that as you watch these teachers. And then there's a cheat sheet that you can use that you might want to look over. It has the different parts of the conference and what you might say. So that's kind of good. There's an example on the back of one of these as a coaching conference with a child who's probably like a first grade. They're reading Sam and Bingo, so I think it's earlier level. And then there's just this other sheet in here. It's half readers and half writers. So like we said, really, yeah, you can fold it like this and have it for reading conference and then over here for writing. They're prompts.
It's kind of meant to be a bookmark that you might be able to take with you. What do you think is kind of good? The teachers were wanting a bookmark type thing that was really.
Some teachers put together toolkits, and I saw a really cute idea on Twitter the other day. A teacher had a little, she was making she had a Craftsman toolbox, just one of those little fabric ones, and she had some magnetic letters in there with the board, and she had a mentor text, and she had her checklists for the genre, and she had all her little stuff in there, and there was prompts in there. But anyway, she takes it with her when she goes around. So, you learn from teachers some cute little things. So anyway, okay, we'll get started on the video.
Okay, so remember, if you're nervous about conferencing and you think, I don't know what to say, I don't have this list of prompts, it seems too artificial, remember you can always look up, what are you working on today as a reader? Tell me about the book, if it's writing. What are you working on today if it's writing? Let me read what you're writing about. Same type of thing. Remember we talked about, don't be afraid to start, don't be afraid to write. Okay, go for it.
Okay. Hopefully we have sound.
His parents had left him a note. Dear George, it said, when you wake up, please make your bed.
Is that what you spelled? So, can you tell me a little bit about what you're reading today?
George shrinks.
So, is this the first time you're reading this book?
No, I read it more.
Oh, okay. So, can you tell me a little bit about what's happening?
In the book, in George shrinks, George does everything. He does everything that his parents had left him a note, and the book is his parents are bigger than him.
Wait, can I see this book with you? Oh my gosh.
Brush your teeth and take a bath.
So why is he doing these things?
Because his parents had left him a note to do.
Oh, so like his parents left him a note to like get all these things done? Oh my gosh. And so, like, then what happens in this book?
He does everything that his parents says, and when his parents come back, they look at him smiling. And then at the end, he says, Mom, like that.
Oh, okay. So this is like, you've been reading this book, right? And now now he's in the middle of like doing all this stuff that he
Yes.
does.
And this is the note.
Okay. Okay. So can you read a little bit to me?
Brush your teeth and take a bath. Clean up your room and go get your little brother a good breakfast.
Okay.
And don't forget to wash the dishes.
Okay. Can I stop you for a second? Because I'm noticing that, you know, like, I know that you've read this book lots of times, right? Like, you've read this book a couple of times. So one of the things that I like to do sometimes before, like when I'm reading a book, is I like to look at the illustrations a little bit more carefully, okay? And then kind of think about them a little bit more before I read the words, okay? So like when I look at this page, I'm noticing there's a lot more going on this page, right? Like it says eat a good breakfast, but look what's going on. Like I'm thinking, oh my gosh, like
That's not a breakfast, junk.
it's, I know, right? So wait a minute, he's not eating his breakfast, he's actually doing the opposite.
He's just sitting there eating junk.
Now he's eating toast, right? Yeah, so look at this little boy. Like I wonder why he's looking at him like that.
That's George, and that's his little brother.
So I'm wondering, like, what's he thinking about what he's doing right now, too? Right? So one thing that you can do, Mikel, is to actually look at the pictures before you read the words, because a lot of times the pictures tell you a lot more about what's going on in the story. You try it. Okay? Go ahead, keep up. Do it on the next page.
And take out the garbage and play
So
quietly.
wait, before you keep going, think about what's happening in the pictures. What else is happening in the story?
And because I'm thinking how tall, because George, he's smaller, his little brother's taller. I thought he was the little brother. Take
So
out-
again, is he taking out the garbage?
These stuff on his nose is garbage. All this one is body garbage.
He is, but he's having a little more fun with it, isn't he?
They were the cover.
And look at this page over here.
And
Like, what else is going on in the story?
There's a little feet mouse.
What else is going on in the story?
And the cat is like scared.
So when you read your book, like push yourself to really think about what else is going on in the story as you look at the pictures. Okay? So when you turn the page right now, look at the pictures first and think like what else is going on in the story before you read the words. Can you do that? Okay, so go ahead. I'm going to let you look at the illustrations, look at the pictures first, think what else is going on in the story, and then read the words. Okay? Oh, good. I'm noticing you looking carefully. You notice some other things going on in the pictures? Okay, you look over here at page 2. You notice some other things going on in the story? Okay, all right, I'm going to let you go.
Okay, so notice the teacher sat close to her, and it was a genuine, kind of like a genuine conversation, but she did have a teaching point, teaching the child to use the pictures to think about what she's reading. Okay, this next one is about an older little boy, maybe middle school, and maybe 5th grade, I'm not sure, and notice his level of language. Notice how he talks. It's fascinating. You might think, why is this child being conferenced with? He's trying to write with the boy. It's fun to watch. He's comparing books.
So talk to me a little bit about what you're working on as a reader. What are some of the things that you're working on?
Well, I'm working on looking into the book, into the text to find some bigger images, see what reoccurring images that could help me find the overall idea of the book. Also, digging deeper into the book, and I'm also looking at secondary characters and ones that could help besides the main character to get a feel of the whole book and understand what it's about.
Nice, nice. Can I stop you for a second? So one thing, can you spend a little bit of time, you say finding the big images, which are recurring images of the text that you're reading right now. Have you been working on that in Mississippi Trial? Is that what some of the work you've been doing? Let's see how that's been going. Like, talk it through a little bit. How did it go?
Okay, well, one recurring image I found was about this river that the main character goes to,
Yeah.
and he uses it as an escape, sort of when there are hard things going on in his life, and he also uses it to meet this girl that he likes to talk to, and he always meets her there.
Right.
And he eventually, one thing that happens is someone is found, a dead body is found in this river of someone he knows, and it's a very big mystery, and so he stops, well, that was actually a different river, so he starts fishing in this river, so he starts using it more and more, and so it kept popping up in the story, so I was looking into how it could be important to the plot and what was going on.
Nice, nice. Well, Jonah, one of the things that I want to say that I just think is absolutely so awesome is that you're doing this really sophisticated work of recognizing when images exist in the text and how they keep occurring over and over in that text, right? But one of the things, like there's an idea that I have that I might want to, that you might want to think about a little bit, right? It's a little tip that you can kind of consider. And it goes like this. You know how like when you're reading Mississippi Trial, you keep seeing like over and over again, like this river kind of pop up and has like a deeper symbolic meaning? The same thing can happen when you look across lots of books, right? So when you're looking across lots of books, you can ask yourself like, what are the images or the themes that keep creeping up in many of the things that I've read? I'm going to teach you this like fancy word that's called intertextuality, right? It means that like, it's like we're putting a lot of text together and we're saying across those texts, what are some things that are common that live across many of them? You see what I mean? Okay. Do you want to give it a try? Let's try it. Let's see how it might go. So you have Mississippi Trial, which is the book that you're reading right now. You have To Kill a Mockingbird, which you just finished. And then I brought with me, just so we can work off a little bit, the read aloud text, which is The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. And what I'm wondering is that maybe we could sort of like work on this a little bit together about not just thinking of recurring images and that smart work you've already been doing in this book, but what are some recurring images that might exist throughout books that you've been reading? Or maybe it's like recurring patterns that you're noticing. What are you thinking?
Well, there is one big one that I noticed throughout all of them, which is about, the main characters are all children, and they're all growing up and realizing things about the world that they were closed off to. And mainly they're about hate. In these two, I think it's about racism, and in this one it's about, the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, I guess, and they're all kids who were blinded by that before, not that they shouldn't have known about it, and they're growing up to notice it and see what happens, and in some of them there's death that makes them notice it, death of people they know, and so they're always growing up and learning about these things, and it's also, they're, bringing them into their own lives, and it's affecting them, and all the stories are pretty much how they grow up and see what's going on around them, and it affects them.
Nice, can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
So one of the things that you did, which is just so powerful, is the fact that you're saying this work of like, it happened here, it happened here, it happened here, and I'm imagining you're beginning to sort of build theories about it happening outside of stories, right? Like, one of the things that happens is that things are recurring. It doesn't just exist in one text, it exists in many. And what you just did there is you began to put your finger on like, what is it about hate that sort of exists inside of all of these stories? Right? You think you might just linger in that territory for a little bit. Just be thinking to yourself, like, how is hate represented across these three books? What are you thinking?
I think it's represented through popular themes, like I said before, racism and anti-Semitism, but it's popping up mainly in just these people meeting other people who eventually become involved. Some people die and they start having relationships.
Can I stop you? Put your finger on like an exact moment in one of these stories that is like kind of exemplifying what you're talking about.
Well, in this book, the main character Hera meets a boy named Emmett,
Yeah.
and he sees how people are hateful to him and all the other African American people, and he starts realizing that that's been going on for a while, and eventually Emmett is killed, and that's when it really hits him that there are people who that can really do bad things, and there's a lot of hatred. And in The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, he meets a boy who, the main character Bruno, away in a concentration camp, and he sees how, you know, the other Jews are treated, and he builds a relationship with him also, and so he starts to see where he can be with people he knows.
Nice. And what about Tukumakura?
In this one, the girl is a little bit younger, but she sees how her dad is he's a lawyer, I think, and he represents, he's representing an African-American man in a case, and she doesn't know him, but she knows who he is, and that's when she starts to realize that when she goes to the case that people can lie, and she knows he's innocent, but he is, they say that he's guilty, and she realizes how all that racism can even make an innocent man go to jail, or even ends up being killed.
Nice, nice. So you see what you're doing here, right? Is that you're thinking about like not only just one story, but you're thinking of like lots of stories, and how you like put your finger on this one thing, which was hate, right? Put your finger on one thing that you see as sort of a common theme, or a recurring image, a recurring kind of like topic that's going through the story, and kind of like finding ways to show examples of how that kind of keeps creeping up. But here's the thing, and you know this, Jonah, is that you can do this work not only in historical fiction, like in your book club even, but you can also do this work like in any book that you read, right? You can also do this work in like when you're reading a nonfiction article to, you know, you might be reading science and social studies, and then you might be finding like, you know, some similarities in the fiction book that you're reading, which is kind of nice to be thinking across not only like the same genre, but also different genres as well. Really nice work. Keep it up.
That's a good example of how you want to teach the kids skills that they can use in no matter what they read. He wasn't quizzing him about what color were the curtains in the bedroom, and what, you know, just minutia little type of detailed questions. It's so much deeper what you teach, and it's something that they can learn or they can apply in any book they read. So,
And teaching at his level, because he obviously was a good reader, a good comprehender, but he could always learn something else.
okay, just 2 more videos. This one is just 3 90-second compliment videos, or compliment conferences. So sometimes your conferences are just quick and you're just kind of doing a quick check. You haven't maybe met with certain kids very often and you just want to do a quick check-in. This is Jennifer Saravallo, and she is doing what we call compliment conferences. See how she can quickly.
Hi, Anna. Tell me a little bit about what you're learning in this book.
About the horse's senses,
What about it?
like what like it bends its ears to like hear laughter, and that it the eyes are on the side of its head, so it can see like behind him and in front of him.
Let me just take a quick look at your post-its. One of the things I'm noticing about you as a reader is that on every page you read, you really try to respond to what you've read in some way. It's like you read it, you understand it, and you have something to say about it. You're making a lot of connections to your own life, and that's great to do because it's going to keep you really interested in your reading, and it's going to help you to make sure you're really understanding what you're reading. So keep doing that, okay? Okay. So tell me a little bit about what you're thinking in this book so far.
Well, I was wondering why it's called spring breakup, but they're going on spring break, so that might be it. I'm not sure why it's called break. How it has breakup in it. And another thing is they're going on spring break. I was wondering if they really want to stay where they are, like in PCA, if they could stay in it.
And so what are you trying to do to figure out the answer to your question?
Well, I was reading like some parts of it, but I haven't really found out why it's called spring breakup.
So Tori, I want to give you a compliment. Something that you're doing that's so important is that you're, in the beginning of the book, trying to figure out why the author picked the title that he or she did. You're asking questions to make sure you're really understanding what the story's about. And that's something you could do in the beginning of any book that you're reading. Okay? Thanks. blog, you've been reading this since the 14th. You're reading at a great rate. What are you thinking about as you're reading this book?
I think a guy, like
Let's look at the book that you wrote.
the chapter, this chapter 5 interview is about people are going to interview the person who cleans in at the museum, and she saw the one that we supposed missing. So they're going to interview her what she saw, what time she saw her missing.
And where did this information come from? They noticed that this one was missing.
The chapter.
Yeah. Bill, you're doing something so important that I want to talk to you about. You know that when you're reading a chapter book, all of these chapters connect. And you're making a prediction, you're having a thought in this chapter based on something that happened back in this chapter. And that's great work to always be doing anytime you're reading a chapter book, is to always be thinking, how do the different chapters connect? So it's all one long story, right? Let's talk about it.
And we wanted to show a high school teacher, Penny Kittle. Some of you have heard us talk about her. She's a English teacher in high school that does a workshop format. And, you know, there's a lot of big books out there. Not everybody's read every book. Penny Kittle might have almost. She's read a lot of books. But I think all of these are good examples of how they're general questions you ask. You can tell if they've read the book if they're having a genuine conversation. So anyway, I just wanted to show you this high school student. I think he's probably a senior in high school. So this will be our last reading video, and then we'll get started with writing.
Okay, so tell me about American Sniper.
This was just kind of most likely but also for killers, and I was like, how different was from Iraq and stuff.
So is he back in the States now?
He's on leave right now, after being a 7-month, mission. Yeah, so they're back for however long it took.
So you were powering through this. You're reading a lot.
Yeah.
Is it unusual for you to read a lot?
But I don't know if anything what they can be.
And I'm just looking at this. Does this mean she's talking there?
Yep.
So it changes whose voice is telling the story?
Actually, that's always more like, that's her thinking, that's her point of view, and this is like the situation.
And who is she?
Tana is Chris as well.
So this is the part where they're back in the States. And so he tells something and then she tells her point of view, but she's probably not there when he's on a mission.
Everyone was like telling about how she feels like about the missions. Like one time, there was like a situation. He was on the phone. He was on like an operation, like, and someone like shot at him, and he dropped the phone and started shooting back. And like, and she was so on the phone and heard everything. Yeah. So.
How would those be mine?
Yeah, that's pretty much what's it.
Oh my gosh. So he drops the phone that you can hear the shooting?
Yeah, he thought he was everything. And the phone died after she heard it.
No.
So yeah, she thought the rest. Yeah. And then I called her like 2 weeks later and she like started blowing on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Did he always want to be in the military, this guy?
no, he was originally a cowboy. Or wanted to be a cowboy and everything. He could like become a cowboy, like
Yeah.
he was working senior and working on a farm and everything like that. He was back and forth until he was like 18. And then he was in the military until he was like 35, I think that's what they said.
Really? Is he out now for good?
No, man. He's still in the wages only.
Okay, one last question. Is he really smart for somebody who kills people?
Is it really?
That's his job.
Yeah, it's a joke.
So there really are those in the military whose job is to go out and just take people out.
Yeah, if they're causing problems, like, if they're, like, what do I say, like, if they're causing harm to, like, their platoon and stuff, like, yeah, they take them out. But they have to get, like, confirmation to take the radio in, to, like, give the permission to, like, take them out.
What do you think about that?
Sure.
I meant like as a courteous.
Well, I don't remember any scale sniper, so. Yeah,
This is a great book for you.
yeah, so I chose it.
So, there are a lot of really good military books out there that you'll be interested in, but I'm interested in this idea that he doesn't decide who dies, somebody tells him who he should kill.
Exactly.
And he needs to trust that they have all the right information and who he's helping somebody out.
Yeah, unless there's someone kind of like serious time shooting at him, that's when you can just start returning fire.
Without
Covering. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, a genuine conversation. She, made that boy feel like his teacher really cared.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. Listen.
The thing that struck me with that is, do you think she read the book? She didn't read the book, obviously, did she? But do you get the sense that he comprehended everything that's happening in that book? Okay, so that's the thing that I like about some of these videos is, especially when you're in upper elementary and middle school, high school, there's no way you're going to have read every book. But having true, genuine conversation about it, and he was pretty willing to, you could tell he was into the book, and he was willing to share. You could definitely tell he understood everything in that book, and it was so meaningful to him. He wanted to share it. So, try not to get too worked up about talking to kids about books you haven't read, because, that was very powerful. I think kind of got sad there for a minute, but poor wife was on the phone.
He said, he didn't call her back for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I said, I really got it right after that.
While we're getting ready, I just want to tell you to think of this upcoming event. This is going to be really exciting. Tomorrow, too, we're having a panel of our 489 teachers come and talk to you, and you'll be able to ask them anything you want. So if we're not answering some questions that you have, and you're thinking, oh, they're just not really talking, you can ask these teachers anything you want. They're in the classroom doing it. We're all reading specialists. We're not in the classroom doing it like they are. So you can ask them anything you want. Tomorrow, too. That'll be fun. Yes.
All right, one thing I want to give you before we move on to writing is, it's called
And now we're into 2 days of writing. But before we start 2 days of writing, we're finishing just a few videos because they're really good and they're all short. But just a few reading videos that we didn't finish from yesterday. So if you're in a city and you're here for writing, I'm sorry about that. We're just finishing a few videos up. But you know what? They're about conferring. And I'll do conferring with writers tomorrow. And it's a lot similar. It's a lot, very much the same. Okay, so I think you can still learn from watching these.
Okay, so, you all are you finished with your little?
Yes. Oh, you know what we didn't do is the materials.
Well, let's
You do that
finish
first?
up,
Okay.
yeah, because let's finish up reading and then we'll
Right.
start the writing.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so everybody, your little red folder, we haven't really done a whole lot. So does everybody from Nest City and Holy Family have one? Megan needs one? Okay. Do you have any more out there?
I can use that one, it's right there on one.
So, inside this, remember I had you guys start a little Post-it note with websites on it. So we'll be continuing to add to that, so don't worry about that right now. But Nest City, and we'll have you make one of those here in a little bit. But I just kind of wanted to go through a few things on the writing. So we talked about the text level. We talked about this one about keeping track for your class. Behind that, so the fourth sheet is resources for conferring and for small group. We talked a little bit yesterday about some things you draw from for knowing what to teach your kids. Okay, so there's some ideas on there. The next sheet is coaching readers. Some things you might say, some language, say more, or what about? Now, these are just kind of sentence starters for you. Okay. And then the next sheet are prompts. If a student is reading level A through G, that's more the foundational type of reading. These are some prompts that you can use when you're conferencing with them. Okay? And then we have the bands of text level complexity, and there's quite a few sheets on that. So, Mary, just briefly, did you want to say much about, we talked about not labeling a student an I. You're an I, you're a J, you're an M. We don't want to do that. That's a teacher tool.
Yes, and what I would say is the reason why they're in there and why they're good for you to know is because we have teachers who say, well, especially upper grade teachers, how do I conference on a book I don't know? Okay? And so they get a little caught up in thinking they have to make more or less an oral quiz about that book. Well, we want the kids to be thinking deeper than that and going deeper than just reciting, the surface level little kind of stuff. So each band of books kind of have similar characteristics as far as plot line, the number of characters, the amount of conflict, how conflicts are usually handled. And so if you become familiar, now there's A through Z, you don't have any need to know all the characteristics from A to Z. But if you know your kids are reading JKL books, then you could become familiar with the characteristics for those books. Or if you know that your kids are reading in RST, in that RST band, you could look that over and know what kinds of things they're encountering. And when you sit down with them, it might give you an idea if they're giving you a complete enough answer. So let's say if I know in RST that there's probably going to be a major character and some minor characters, and you say to this, you sit down and you say, now tell me about the characters in this book, and they can only name the major character, then you need to go a little bit more and say, then who are the supporting characters, and what are they like, and what are their traits like. So that's mainly is a teacher tool for you to help you conference, okay? And there's a whole book. This whole book is called Understanding Text and Readers, and it's all about text bands and using text bands to conference with students and know the kind of work they'll be doing in their books. Sometimes in order to move a student up a level, you kind of have to know what it is in that next band, that what additional skills are they going to have to read books in that band. And that also can help you drive your small group work. Because you can say, okay, well now the setting before was not all that influential on the story, but maybe in this text band, the setting really influences the story. And those are the kinds of things you can get from looking at all of Jennifer's cerebellums. We all have them, and they're totally easy reads, and will be great for troubleshooting any kind of problem that you have. And so please, some of your teams have them as well. Yes, because we had a conference just on conferencing, and Shanna got for many teachers. So, ask around if you're interested in it. I'm fascinated by it because I think that's just a really neat way to look at helping kids get in the right books.
Maybe you talked about this and I wasn't around, but did you talk about
but they like books about sharks, okay? So if you let them choose out of a band, not only will you not run out of books so fast, but also, you know, we do all different kinds of reading. We're not stuck to just a certain genre or a certain letter. We don't want kids to be labeled that either. Instead of saying, you know, you're a J reader, you can just say, look, I want you to pick out these 3 bins, okay, and use these or
These books are just right for you because you are really starting to think more about your characters. And you're starting to realize how characters really change from the beginning to the end. So I think the books in this tab are going to be just right for you. So it's more matching readers to their
because, you know, there is no perfect leveling system, really, because a reader brings a different amount of experience with that topic. They bring with them a certain love of certain genres, you know, so to say that you can only read J, and there's a K book all about sharks, and this little boy knows everything there is about sharks. Why would I not let him try at least the K book on sharks? So, you know.
I gotta say, this is kind of an extreme example, but when my son Ethan was in 5th grade, 4th grade, I think it was. I mean, he wasn't an avid reader at all, and I read to him growing up. I mean, I always didn't really like it, but he had gotten into Harry Potter movies. Oh my gosh, he knew all the characters. He was talking the lingo. He wanted to read the Sorcerer's Stone, and he really was pretty thick book, because gosh, Ethan, you can barely read one of these. You don't even want to read one of these. Wait, oh wow, Harry, you know, and so his teacher was Christy O'Borney at the time, and I said, you know, she had AR goals set for him, and I knew he wasn't going to finish that book in the 6 weeks that he needed to take the test to get the points. But, you know, that's a whole other conversation we can have. But she said, you know what, Ethan, if you want to read it, and you know, give it a try. And thank you to J.K. Rowling, because he became an avid reader and wanted to read that whole series by 6th grade. He had finished that, you know, and then he was hungry for more like that. So that really, we've got to sometimes give a kid a chance.
Yeah, and we're not by any means saying ignore leveling or ignore where your kids are at, because we talked about how in order to make progress, they have to be reading books that they're successful in. But sometimes we go to the other extreme where we're just going to focus on the letter, and I really, it hurts my heart when I hear kids say, well, I'm just a B. Everybody else in my class is a B. It's like, you're not a B, you're a little boy. And, you know, it's like, that can be very self-defeating. That's about like saying you're a buzzer and not a mover. You know, it's kind of that whole grouping thing, and they don't want to go back there, so.
I was going to say too, on the opposite end of that spectrum, sometimes we get, 2nd graders tend to make a lot of progress and 1st graders too, but they tend to sometimes make a lot of progress in 1 year. It's like they catch on to something and they just go with it. And they can go up 4 or 5 levels in a year's time, but they're up into like, you know, sometimes an S or a T, and you're thinking their maturity is not probably an S or a T type of, you know, book. So, you know, you have to use your judgment. Also, kids don't necessarily want to read those types of books, even though they can. So developmentally, it would be appropriate for them to be, you know, M's, N's, O's, P's, and that I've heard teachers say there are so many good books in that range that the child did not get to read, and it's kind of a shame because, you know, they just skipped. Just because they can read that high doesn't mean you always want to force them to read that high. That's what I'm saying.
And will continue to improve, because I know there was a 3rd grader with Wilson that came up. This mom, her daughter was reading very high, but she loved Magic Tree House and wanted, you know, there's 50 of them. And she just reading level continued to go up. So it's not like it's going to hold them back.
Yes.
So I think too, the answer might be to make sure that you've got a good section of books that is really at their independent level. That's where the majority of the books in their bag should be. And you'll want to let them have one or two that might stretch them or be a nonfiction that might be a little tougher. So, you know, it's okay if they have a couple that are above or below, but the majority of those books should be probably at whatever level they're testing at.
And Karen, as a librarian, you know, we kind of, our philosophy is, I know our books are labeled in the library with letter levels, but sometimes we feel like a library should be a place that you just go and choose books that you love. But not all teachers feel that way. Sometimes they'll send a card and say they go and pick books in this range. So, I mean, we try not to step on any toes there, but, you know, that's another piece of, you know, information you might want to check with teachers.
You know, I think with Ethan, it wasn't that he couldn't read and understand it. I mean, he wasn't a low reader. He just didn't find something that interested him to get into reading. When he found something he loved that pushed him a little bit more, he was able to really, I don't know, it just, I think of that time in his life and it made a difference for him in his life. It just kind of changed him.
And really, the levels become less important as you grow up. And, okay, very important in first and second grade because they're just little tiny steps. If you look at that text ladder of progress, there's just a million little steps. Get to third grade, and it's like, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but M and O, 3, you know, or so, and anything that's labeled with Z plus or Z, it could be a wide range of anything, and lots of times that gets that rating because of content, like what they're going to be reading about in there, maybe violence or language or things they use. Topics.
Thank you, Mary. So, as you look through this folder, you'll see questions for conferring, different types of questions based on the type of genre. So it's kind of just something to give you to go on, you know. But we're going to watch some videos of some teachers doing some conferencing, and so we're trying to get a wide range of ages. So this first one is about a 7th grader.
I was going to say, that's okay. I was going to say, just remember that when you confer, most importantly, it's a genuine conversation. That's most important. The relationship with the child. We all know we're studying about kids and trauma coming to school. It will be better if they trust you and have a relationship with you. So most important when you're conferring with kids is the relationship, the trust, the genuine conversation. Then you can look secondly at what is her teaching point, what is she trying to teach. So with this little girl here, I believe she is teaching her to look at the picture first before you read because that will give you more information.
Okay, so also on the left side of your folder, before we go on, these are the parts of a conference. Now, it's not important, like we talked yesterday, okay, I'm doing my research on, now I'm deciding now I'm going to do the teach part, and I can't forget the link. I mean, you don't have to know all those exact parts, but it kind of follows a little bit of a mini lesson type of format. So you can kind of think about that as you watch these teachers. And then there's a cheat sheet that you can use that you might want to look over. It has the different parts of the conference and what you might say. So that's kind of good. There's an example on the back of one of these as a coaching conference with a child who's probably like a first grade. Sam and Nico, so earlier level. And then there's just this other sheet in here. It's half readers and half writers. So like we said, really, yeah, you can fold it like this and have it for reading conference and then over here for writing. They're prompts.
It's kind of meant to be a bookmark that you might be able to take with you. The teachers were wanting a bookmark type thing that was really.
Some teachers put together toolkits, and I saw a really cute idea on Twitter the other day. A teacher had a little her text, and she had her checklists for the genre, and she had all her little stuff in there, and there was prompts in there. But anyway, she takes it with her when she gets around. So, you learn from teachers some cute little things. So anyway, okay, we'll get started on the video.
Okay, so remember, if you're nervous about conferencing and you think, I don't know what to say, I have this list of prompts, it seems too artificial, remember you can always look up, what are you working on today as a reader? Tell me about the book, if it's writing, what are you working on today as writing? Let me read what you're writing about. Same type of thing. Remember we talked about, don't be afraid to start, don't be afraid to write. Okay, go for it.
Okay. Hopefully we have sound.
His parents had left him a note. Dear George, it said, when you wake up, please make your bed.
Is that what you spelled? So, can you tell me a little bit about what you're reading today?
George shrinks.
So, is this the first time you're reading this book?
No, I read it more.
Oh, okay. So can you tell me a little bit about what's happening?
Because in a book, in George shrinks, George does everything. He does everything that his parents had left him a note, and the book is his parents are bigger than him.
Wait, can I see this book with you? Oh my gosh.
Brush your teeth and take a bath.
Oh, so why does he do these things?
Because his parents had left him a note to do.
Oh, so like his parents left him a note to like get all these things done? Oh my gosh. And so, like, then what happens in this book?
He does everything that his parents says, and when his parents come back, they look at him, smiling. And then at the end, he says, no, mom and dad.
Oh, okay. So this is like, you've been reading this book, right? And now he's in the middle of like doing all this stuff that his
That's, and love, this is the note.
Okay. Okay. So can you read a little bit to me?
Brush your teeth and take a bath. Clean up your room and go get your little brother. Eat a good breakfast.
Oh.
And don't forget to wash the dishes.
Okay. Can I stop you for a second? Because I'm noticing that, like, I know that you've read this book lots of times, right? Like, you read this book a couple of times. So one of the things that I like to do sometimes before, like when I'm reading a book, is I like to look at the illustrations a little bit more carefully, okay? And then kind of think about them a little bit more before I read the words, okay? So like when I look at this page, I'm noticing there's a lot more going on this page, right? Like it says eat a good breakfast, but look what's going on. Like I'm thinking, oh my gosh, like
That's not a breakfast, junk.
it's, I know, right? So wait a minute, he's not eating his breakfast, he's actually doing the opposite.
He's just sitting there eating junk.
Now he's eating toast, right? Yeah, so look at this little boy. Like I wonder why he's looking at him like that.
That's George, and that's his little brother.
So I'm wondering, like, what is he thinking about what he's doing right now, too? Right? So one thing that you can do, Michaela, is to actually look at the pictures before you read the words, because a lot of times the pictures tell you a lot more about what's going on in the story. Can you try it? Okay? Go ahead, keep up. Do it on the next page.
And take out the garbage and play
So
quietly.
wait, before you keep going, think about what's happening in the pictures. What else is happening in the story?
And because I'm thinking how tall, because George, he's smaller, his little brother's taller.
Mm-hmm.
he was the little brother.
So again, is he taking out the garbage?
These stuff on his nose is garbage. All this one is body garbage.
He is, but he's got a little more fun with it, isn't he?
They were the cover.
And look at this page over here.
And
What else is going on in the story?
There's a little feet mouse.
What else is going on in the story?
And the cat is like scared.
So when you read your book, like push yourself to really think about what else is going on in the story as you look at the pictures. Okay? So when you turn the page right now, look at the pictures first and think like what else is going on in the story before you read the words. Can you do that? Okay, so go ahead. I'm going to let you look at the illustrations, look at the pictures first, think what else is going on in the story, and then read the words. Okay? Oh, good. I'm noticing you looking carefully. You notice some other things going on in the pictures? Okay. You look over here at page 2. You notice some other things going on in the story? Okay. All right. I'm going to let you go.
Okay, so notice the teacher sat close to her, and it's a genuine, kind of like a genuine conversation, but she did have a teaching point, teaching the child to use the pictures to think about what she's reading. Okay, this next one is about an older little boy, maybe middle school, and maybe 5th grade, I'm not sure, and notice his level of language. Notice how he talks. It's fascinating. You might think, why is this child being covered with? He's trying to write this book. It's fun to watch. He's comparing books.
So talk to me a little bit about what you're working on as a reader. What are some of the things that you're working on?
Well, I'm working on looking into the book, into the text to find some bigger images, see what reoccurring images that could help me find the overall idea of the book. Also, digging deeper into the book, and I'm also looking at secondary characters and ones that could help aside the main character to get a feel of the whole book and understand what it's about.
Nice, nice. Can I stop you for a second? So one thing, can you spend a little bit of time, you say finding the big images, or the recurring images of the text that you're reading right now. Have you been working on that in Mississippi Trial? Is that what some of the work you've been doing? Let's see how that's been going. Like, talk it through a little bit. How did it go?
Okay, well, one recurring image I found was about this river that the main character goes to, and he uses it as an escape, sort of when he has there are hard things going on in his life, and he also uses it to meet this girl that he likes to talk to, and he always meets her there.
Right.
And he eventually, one thing that happens is someone is found, a dead body is found in this river of someone he knows, and it's a very big mystery, and so he stops, well, that was actually a different river, so he starts fishing in this river, so he starts using it more and more, and so it kept popping up in the story, so I was looking into how it could be important to the plot and what was going on.
Nice, nice. Well, Jonah, one of the things that I want to say that I just think is absolutely so awesome is that you're doing this really sophisticated work of recognizing when images exist in a text and how they keep occurring over and over in that text, right? But one of the things, I think there's an idea that I have that I might want to, that you might want to think about a little bit, right? It's a little tip that you can kind of consider. And it goes like this. You know how like when you're reading Mississippi Trial, you keep seeing like over and over again, like this river kind of pop up and it has like a deeper symbolic meaning? The same thing can happen when you look across lots of books, right? So when you're looking across lots of books, you can ask yourself, like, what are the images or the themes that keep creeping up in many of the things that I've read? I'm going to teach you this like fancy word that's called intertextuality, right? It means that like we're putting a lot of text together, and we're saying across those texts, what are some things that are common that live across many of them? You see what I mean? Okay. Do you want to give it a try? Let's try it. Let's see how it might go. So you have Mississippi Trial, which is the book that you're reading right now. You have To Kill a Mockingbird, which you just finished. And then I brought with me, just so we can work off a little bit, the read aloud text, which is The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. And what I'm wondering is that maybe we could sort of like work on this a little bit together about not just thinking of recurring images and that smart work you've already been doing in this book, but what are some recurring images that might exist throughout books that you've been reading? Or maybe it's like recurring patterns that you're noticing. What are you thinking?
Well, there is one big one that I noticed throughout all of them, which is about, the main characters are all children, and they're all growing up and realizing things about the world that they were closed off to. And mainly they're about hate. In these two, I think it's about racism, and in this one, it's about, the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, I guess. And they're all kids who were blinded by that before. Not that they shouldn't have known about it, but and they're growing up to notice it and see what happens. And in some of them, there's death that makes them notice it, death of people they know, and so they're always growing up and learning about these things. And it's also they're bring them into their own lives, and it's affecting them. And all the stories are pretty much how they grow up and see what's going on around them, and it affects their lives.
Nice, can I stop you for a second?
Yeah.
So one of the things that you did, which is just so powerful, is the fact that you're saying this work of like, it happened here, it happened here, it happened here, and I imagine you're beginning to sort of build theories about it happening outside of stories, right? Like, one of the things that happens is that things are recurring. It doesn't just exist in one text, it exists in many. And what you just did there is you began to put your finger on, like, what is it about hate that sort of exists inside of all of these stories, right? You think you might just linger in that territory for a little bit. Just be thinking to yourself, like, how is hate represented across these three books? What are you thinking?
I think it's represented through popular themes, like I said before, racism and anti-Semitism, but it's popping up mainly in just these people meeting other people who eventually become involved. Some people die and they start having relationships.
Can I stop you? Put your finger on like an exact moment in one of these stories that is like kind of exemplifying what you're talking about.
Well, in this book, the main character, Hera, meets a boy named Emmett.
Yeah.
And he sees how people are hateful to him and all the other African-American people, and he starts realizing that that's been going on for a while, and eventually Emmett is killed, and that's when it really hits him that there are people who that can really do bad things, and there's a lot of hatred. And in The Boy in Striped Pajamas, he meets a boy who, the main character, Bruno, meets a Jewish boy in a concentration camp, and he sees how, the other Jews are treated, and he builds a relationship with him also, and so he starts to see where hate can be with people he knows.
Nice. And what about Tukumakura?
In this one, the girl is a little bit younger, but she sees how her dad is he's a lawyer, I think, and he represents, he's representing an African-American man in a case, and she doesn't know him, but she knows who he is, and that's when she starts to realize that when she goes to the case that people can lie, and she knows he's innocent, but he is, they say that he's guilty, and she realizes how all that racism can even make an innocent man go to jail, or he even ends up being killed.
Nice, nice. So you see what you're doing here, right? Is that you're thinking about like not only just one story, but you're thinking of like lots of stories, and how you like put your finger on this one thing, which was hate, right? Put your finger on one thing that you see as sort of a common theme, or a recurring image, a recurring kind of like topic that's going through the story, and kind of like finding ways to show examples of how that kind of keeps creeping up. But here's the thing, and you know this, Jonah, is that you can do this work not only in historical fiction, like in your book club even, but you can also do this work like in any book that you read, right? You can also do this work in like when you're reading a nonfiction article to, you might be reading science and social studies, and then you might be finding like, some similarities in the fiction book that you're reading, which is kind of nice to be thinking across not only like the same genre, but also different genres as well. Really nice work. Keep it up.
That's a good example of how you want to teach the kids skills that they can use in no matter what they read. He wasn't quizzing him about what color were the curtains in the bedroom, and just minutia little type of detailed questions. It's so much deeper what you teach, and it's something that they can learn or they can apply in any book they read. So,
And teaching at his level, because he obviously was a good reader, a good comprehender, but he could always learn something else.
okay, just two more videos. was doing what we call compliment conferences. See how she can quickly.
Hi, Anna. Tell me a little bit about what you're learning in this book.
About the horse's senses,
What about it?
like what like it bends its ears to like hear louder, and that its eyes are on the side of its head, so it can see like behind him and in front of him.
Let me just take a quick look at your post-its. One of the things I'm noticing about you as a reader is that on every page you read, you really try to respond to what you've read in some way. It's like you read it, you understand it, and you have something to say about it. You're making a lot of connections to your own life, and that's great to do because it's going to keep you really interested in your reading, and it's going to help you to make sure you're really understanding what you're reading. So keep doing that, okay? Okay. So tell me a little bit about what you're thinking in this book so far.
Well, I was wondering why it's called Spring Breakup, but they're going on spring break, so that might be it. I'm not sure why it's called break. How it has breakup in it. And another thing is they're going on spring break. I was wondering if they really want to stay where they are, like in PCA, if they could stay in it.
And so what are you trying to do to figure out the answer to your question?
Well, I was reading like some parts of it, but I haven't really found out why it's called Spring Breakup.
So Tori, I want to give you a compliment. Something that you're doing that's so important is that you're in the beginning of the book trying to figure out why the author picked the title that he or she did. You're asking questions to make sure you're really understanding what the story's about. And that's something you could do in the beginning of any book that you're reading. Okay? Thanks. Hey Beth. I see from your blog you've been reading this since the 14th. You're reading at a great rate. What are you thinking about as you're reading this book?
I think a guy,
Let's look at the post that you wrote. What you predicted it.
this chapter 5 interview is about people are going to interview the person who cleans in at the museum, and she saw the one that we supposed missing. So they're going to interview her what she saw, what time she saw missing.
And where did this information come from? They noticed that this one was missing. Yeah. Bill, you're doing something so important that I want to talk to you about. You know that when you're reading a chapter book, all of these chapters connect. And you're making a prediction, you're having a thought in this chapter based on something that happened back in this chapter. And that's great work to always be doing anytime you're reading a chapter book, is to always be thinking, how do the different chapters connect? So it's all one long story, right? Nice job, Bill.
Some of you have heard us talk about her. She's a English teacher in high school that does a workshop format. And, you know, there's a lot of big books out there. Not everybody's read every book. Penny Kittle might have almost. She's read a lot of books. But I think all of these are good examples of how they're general questions you ask. You can tell if they've read the book if they're having a genuine conversation. So anyway, I just wanted to show you this high school student. I think he's probably a senior in high school. So this will be video, and then we'll get started with writing.
Okay, so tell me about American Sniper.
This was, I was just kind of talking about his life in the Navy. About all his different kids, and as life how different it was from Iraq and stuff.
So is he back in the States now?
He's on leave right now, after being a 7-month, mission. Yeah. So really back for however long it took.
So you were powering through this. You're reading a lot.
Yeah.
Is it unusual for you? Do you read a lot?
I don't know when I found the book, I can read quite a bit.
And I'm just looking at this. Does this mean she's stuck in there?
Yep.
So it changes whose voice is telling the story?
Actually, it's almost more like, that's her thinking, that's her point of view on this is the situation.
And who is she?
Tana is Chris's wife.
So this is the part where they're back in the States. And so he tells something and then she tells her point of view, but she's probably not there when he's on a mission.
Every now and then is telling her how she feels about the mission. It's one time there was a situation, he was on the phone and he was on an operation, and someone shot at him and he dropped the phone and started shooting back. And she was still on the phone and heard everything. Yeah. So.
I would lose my mind.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's it.
Oh my gosh. So he drops the phone and she can hear the shooting?
Yeah, he thought he was everything.
Oh.
And the phone died after she heard the shooting.
No.
So yeah, she thought the rest. Yeah. And then we called her 2 weeks later and she started bawling on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Did he always want to be in the military, this guy?
no, he was originally a cowboy. He wanted to be a cowboy and everything. He could become a cowboy.
Yeah.
He would go to the cedar and working on a farm and everything like that. He was back and forth until he was 18. And then he was in the military until he was 35, I think. That's what he said.
Really? Is he out now for good?
No, man. He's still in the wages only.
Okay, one last question. Is he really a sniper, somebody who kills people?
Is he really?
That's his job.
Yeah, it's a joke.
So there really are those in the military whose job is to go out and just take people out?
Yeah, if they're causing problems, if they're, what do I say, if they're causing harm to, their platoon and stuff, yeah, they take them out. But they have to get, confirmation, they have to radio in to, give them permission to, take them out.
What do you think about that?
Sure.
I meant as a career choice.
Well, I don't even read Eagle Sniper, so. Yeah.
This is very good for you.
Yeah, so I chose it.
So, there are a lot of really good military books out there that you'll be interested in, but I'm interested in this idea that he doesn't decide who dies. Somebody tells him who he should kill.
Exactly.
And he has to trust that they have all the right information and he's helping somebody out.
Yeah, unless there's some kind of serious harm shooting at him, that's when we can just start returning fire.
Without
Recovery. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, a genuine conversation. She, made that boy feel like his teacher really cared.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This
The thing that struck me with that is, do you think she read the book? She didn't read the book, obviously, but do you get the sense that he comprehended everything that's happening in that book? Okay, so that's the thing that I like about some of these videos is, especially when you're in upper elementary and middle school, high school, there's no way you're going to have read every book. But having a true, genuine conversation about it, and he was pretty willing to, you could tell he was into the book and he was willing to share. You could definitely tell he understood everything in that book and it was so meaningful to him. He wanted to share it. So, try not to get too worked up about talking to kids about books you haven't read because, that was very powerful. I think kind of got sad there for a minute, but poor wife was on the phone.
So
said, he didn't call her back for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I said, I really thought it did.
I really thought it right after that. While Abel's getting ready, I just want to tell you to think of this upcoming event. This is going to be really exciting. Tomorrow, too, we're having a panel of our 489 teachers come and talk to you, and you'll be able to ask them anything you want. So if we're not answering some questions that you have, and you're thinking, oh, they're just not really talking, you can ask these teachers anything you want. They're in the classroom doing it. You know, we're all reading specialists. We're not in the classroom doing it like they are. So you can ask them anything you want. Tomorrow, too. That'll be fun. Yes.
All right, one thing I want to give you before we move on to writing is, it's called a
Points that you would contest or that you feel strongly about, one way or the other. I think if you contest them, then you've got the wrong curriculum. But truthfully, we feel very good about the units of study because they are built on this Bill of Rights. And the whole, you can see, those of you who were here for the reading workshop, some of that same research goes into writing as well. And that's why the reading and writing are very so well together. I'll just talk you through a few notes that I thought were important mentioning under these headings. And you know, writing needs to be taught like any other basic skill with explicit instruction, ample opportunity for practice almost every day. Every K-5 child needs 50 to 60 minutes for writing and writing instruction. That sounds exactly like the research in reading. We would say, or Lucy would say, you know, you go into a classroom and you ask the teacher how they teach writing, and they tell you, oh, we just teach it, just weave it in across the curriculum. You're not teaching writing, okay? Because there has to be direct instruction, and that you can't say, let's say, do you teach math? And you just say, yeah, I just weave it in the curriculum, okay? It's a separate subject. It needs to be given weight, and so does writing. In our district for quite a while, we did not really have a writing program. We taught 6th grade writing, but it was, again, more of a hit and miss than anything. And we felt like, as a district, man, we are really missing the boat here. We're not teaching writing instruction. And so that doesn't mean, sometimes we think, well, we just put a story starter on the board, or we have journal writing every day. That's not writing instruction, okay? Writing instruction is actually being taught how to improve your writing, okay? It says children deserve to write and to write real kinds of texts for real audiences, okay? Again, that comes back to choice, okay? Maybe somebody gives you a story starter about once upon a time there was a ghost in the forest, okay? And you write this beautiful story, and then the only person who ever sees it is the teacher, and the only thing they're gonna do is take out the red pen and circle how many times you didn't use a capital or a period. And maybe you don't really care about writing about ghosts in a scary forest. Okay, so the units of study are very good about including all kinds of genre. You do nonfiction writing, fiction writing, persuasive writing. The little ones do how-to books. Poetry is kind of scattered in there. And so, plus, they write and they share with their colleagues, with their peers, their student share partners. They share with their parents, and lots of teachers put their kids' writing out on Seesaw, so their parents get to see what their kids are working on. And then at the end of every writing unit, somebody is going to talk about it a little bit more, there's a celebration where the kids actually share their work. Sometimes they have parents coming into the classroom to read, sometimes they have their buddy class come down and read, sometimes they publish it in a book. So we want to make the writing as authentic as possible. Okay, that it's not just a task or an assignment that they're going to get a grade on. Okay, that is really not the kind of writing we do in workshop. Now, it doesn't mean that you might not write across the curriculum. You might have to write a lab report in science, okay? But you're also going to have writing in the writing workshop, 50 to 60 minutes a day. The other things that I thought is really important is that it says that they need instruction not just on spelling and conventions, but really on how to, what is good writing? What does good writing sound like? What does it look like? You know? And the way we do that is through your mentor text and your read aloud. You have to expose kids to good literature. So if you look around in your classrooms and you feel like, you know, many of the books are just, you know, let's face it, Clifford, although I love Clifford books in first grade and kids love to read Clifford, I wouldn't say it's good literature. You know, I probably wouldn't use a Clifford book to teach writing. So that's why the units of study include mentor texts. And you know, those books that reach your soul and that you think, oh, I really like the imagery in this book, or I really like you know, some piece of that writing. In children's books, there's just so many good examples of good writing in children's books that you can share with your kids and make sure they hear that good writing, so that when they sit down to write, they can hear and use that language in their own writing. Another thing that's super important is that children need clear goals and frequent feedback. And again, that's this portion of the writing workshop right here. During this, while they're writing, busy writing, you are conferring, you are talking to them, what is it that they're trying to accomplish in their writing. You're giving them feedback about, you know, this is what are you doing? You think you're doing it well. Why don't you try this the next time? And when we talk about the learning progressions in writing, those are super important in trying to focus not on the spelling and conventions. That's kind of where we go as teachers. You know, we want to go to the grammar and the capitals and the punctuation and the spelling. We've got to look past that into the quality of what the kids, the students are writing. Because that, I've had an English teacher say to me, I can teach grammar when they get to high school, okay? I can teach punctuation. I'm not saying you wouldn't teach it, but she said the students that have the most trouble are the ones that can't get anything on paper. You can't improve something if they can't formulate, plan, write, revise. They have to know the writing process. And you guys in the lower grades can start teaching kids how to generate ideas, how to get it down, how to go back and rework it. Those conventional things we can wait on. But it's really hard for us to not want to go there first. You know, we really want to go there with our red pen and start marking up papers, and we've really got to avoid doing that.
I was just going to say, I think we have to sometimes teach kids that it's okay to take a risk, you know, and that's what I see with this program, this curriculum, is that kids come to much less fearful of making a mistake because the emphasis is not on perfection anymore. It's on that creative process and the idea of a growth mindset that you're going to take what you do and you're going to make it better. So I think being not feeling totally overwhelmed with the idea that we have to have perfection really takes a lot off the shoulders of the writer and makes them feel like, I want to write about this, that freedom and creativity is not, being suppressed by the idea that what they're going to put on paper has to be just right. But I don't know, any of you that, I guess you guys haven't done that, so I feel like we're teaching kids that it's okay to take a risk and not be perfect. And in order to do that, we have to not expect perfection.
I just want to add on to what they're saying, that writing is so personal, and we'll talk about this through the next 2 days. I know I'll be talking about it again, because it's so important to me. It's like art, and it's like music. It's so personal to you. You put your thoughts down on the paper. You don't want your teacher walking up there and saying, well, that should be a capital letter, and there should be a period there, that's spelled wrong. Negative, negative, negative. You don't want that from teachers. It's so important. It's like my husband being a little boy and singing, and the teacher said, don't sing. Just pretend you're singing and don't sing with everyone else. And he has never sung again. It's like it really impact you. It really can. It is so personal. And the same with writing. It's your feelings down on the paper. So you have to be so careful as a teacher to not squash that down and say, well, that's really bad. It's mostly about the ideas on the paper. Mostly.
They've gone to the work of writing it down, and it's hard. It's work. They want somebody to hear it. They want to be listened to. Often they don't get that at home. They don't get anybody listening to what they've written. And I'm not saying you can't ever journal write, but some teachers are thinking that, well, I do teach writing because we journal write every day. Well, that's not really writing instruction there. We notice as we work with our reading recovery kids who are all first graders, well, I notice it with my high students too, who are older, that the quality of writing has gone up in the last 3 years. We used to get, I like to run. The next day, I like to jump. It was like, okay. And, if you're just working on the phonics of it or working on the sight words, that's okay. But that's not really good writing. And now we have, I went to the Sternberg Museum and I saw T-Rex and it scared me. The quality and the amount of writing we get now from even our struggling readers has just really accelerated.
When I have to take their message and separate it into 2 lessons because it would literally fill the entire page, and because of our time constraint, we can't do that much. But from having kids before workshop to now, there are, like I said, it's just like they'll use much more vivid language. They know adjectives. Because I think it goes back to the idea that they don't think they have to know how to spell before they write every word.
Safe words.
Yeah, they're taking a risk. And before, I would, like Mary said, that very limited language was used because they didn't know how to spell the other words that they really wanted to use. It's sad how stifling that maybe we've been in the past with writing the kids, because I look at the stories that I get now, and it's like, I cannot believe a first grader who's a struggling reader just wrote this.
And that's, I'm glad you said that, because I had my notes bolded. Low expectations are toxic, okay? Kids will only achieve what you think they're, and that's what I think the teachers have found out is like, oh my gosh, I never thought that I would get writing like this from a third grader, from a fifth grader, from a first grader, okay? Because we kept our bar so low, and now we know what kids are capable of doing so much more. So you gotta give them a chance, give them a choice what they want to write about, and let them share their writing, and give them time, just like the reading. Practice, practice, practice. That daily practice is what builds stronger writing. So that's, kind of,
I'm teaching summer school. I did teach summer school this summer, and the kindergartners can write. Those kids are writers, and even some of our very lowest kids, they're not afraid to take risks, and those kids go, they know how to do it, and they write pages. I mean, it's phenomenal. And we love the reading workshop. We absolutely love it. Of course, I maybe have had more feedback about the writing workshop being, maybe because it wasn't really being taught, it's like the writing workshop is even maybe more effective. And people, as Mary said, are going, wow. Because maybe that's a good way to say that. The bigger impact, because we want teaching writing, kids are writing these amazing things, and we're saying, wow, these kids can really do it.
and they love it. They love it, yeah, they do. They love it.
Some of the younger ones in elementary, the teachers told me they come up to them, do I have to stop for recess? I want to keep writing. And I am not just saying that. They have asked to keep going because, it's therapeutic also when you're writing like that. Kids are proud of it. So it's exciting.
Yeah, they'll come into our lesson and say, well, I want to make a book about, and they already have in their head what they want their book to be about. So they have to make like a page a day, because we only have a short amount of time.
Where we used to get one sentence, now we get, I want to write a book.
Yeah,
And you're kind of like,
And we're having.
Your mind is
sorry,
going,
we don't have
what?
time to keep going. Yes. So, yeah.
Okay, I am debating whether we should have our break now. This is a pretty unique chapter. So let's take a break till 10:15 and then come back.
Yeah, so, and then walk around. Sorry, just reading.
This is Lormeyer from kindergarten. Anyway, we're talking to him about writing workshops. He said, I went from just not knowing what to write to, I could just write about anything. I wanted him to share, and he looked at you and said.
he's like, oh.
He was not up to that task. But it's pretty pinpoint that it does work. Okay, the next chapter is they're very crucial chapters, but the primary is entirely different than the intermediate. The primary, when you read, you'll be reading about the different pathways as children develop, from scribblers on up to writing sentences. The intermediate and middle school, you'll be reading about the actual writing process. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't teach the writing process to K2 kids, that you have to be able to write before, there's some pre-steps before you get to be able to actually do the writing that you would expect from older children. So, the only thing I want to point out before we're going to separate them, so the K2 people over there, and you're going to read and discuss your chapter, Laura, and the primary or the intermediate and the middle school and high school are going to stay in here, and we're going to read a portion of this chapter. And then what I think we'll do is we'll have the K2 people come in and do a little presentation about what they read in their chapter, because I always think it's good for you to know what happens prior to when you get them. And then we're going to have the people from in here do a little summary of what they've read in their chapters. But before we split up, part of this chapter, at least in the intermediate, and I know that they do it a little differently in the primary, it talks about notebooks, okay? And most of the time when we think about notebooks, we think about journaling. But in the workshop, notebooks are used a little differently. They are kind of used as places to record ideas and or to rehearsals of, let's say, you are really working on an introduction. You might try several different introductions out in your notebook. I know with the, I don't know if it's first grade or second grade, they stick a notebook around their neck and they walk around the school and they jot ideas of what stories they could write about. Okay, it's just like gathering ideas for writing or rehearsing. And I was listening to the radio last summer and they were interviewing a songwriter and asking him, where do you get your ideas? And he said, sometimes I just hear a phrase and I write it down. And then another day, I might see some image and I'll write it down. And then when I sit down to write a song, I go to my notebook and I look through there and I think, which one of these things could I flesh out into a song? And that's kind of the way readers' notebooks work in the workshop. They're just jotting things down that they might come back later to, they're stuck, they don't know what to write. They look back and get some inspiration. So, okay. K2 people, primary people, you're going to read chapter 3, The Pathway Along Which Young Writers Write. You're going to read the whole chapter, okay? Intermediate people. The first part of our chapter is on the history and the development of writing instruction. And oh my gosh, you need some late night reading to put you to bed. You can read that chapter because it's a historical perspective of how writing developed and the different approaches. And some people dig that kind of stuff, me not so much, but it's certainly not something that you have to really be able to know in order to do workshop. So we're going to, in our chapter, we're going to read just the pages 32 to 37, which deal with the writing process. Okay? So I think, I guess we'll just have to keep checking back and forth. It'll probably be at least 15 minutes or more of reading. So if you are reading, and then we'll have a discussion, so anything that you want to jot down, you'd like to share out, that would be awesome. Some of you will be very familiar with the writing process. Some of you will think, well, I've heard of editing, I've heard of revising, but I still think it's really good to know what the process is that you're going to be teaching kids. You can't just know a little bit. You have to know a lot about the writing process. So, okay, 2 people. If you want to go over to the other room that were over there in the morning or yesterday, and then 5 people stay in here, and then you start doing that. writing process has several steps. And so we're going to kind of just summarize them. So when the other group comes back in here, we can tell them about what we've read. So what is the first rehearsal? Is what they began with. So you can write up their rehearsal. And if you would just shout out some things that happened during the rehearsal. They said that kids don't like to do that. And if you make them do that, you're going to get short stories. And they're not going to want to flesh anything out. During revision, the little ones, we talk about the movie in your mind. What do you see when you're write that down. We say that in reading. When you read, you make a movie in your mind, but when you're writing, it's, you're making a movie in your mind and you're recording it so that what does it smell like? What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Really living in the moment. We find that, Erica can talk about the small moment stories. Okay? Sometimes kids want to, I think they said, tell you about their visit to grandma's house. Well, that's such a big topic, and we might just say, what part of that would you like to flesh out and really make larger? When you were playing in the hayloft, or was it when you found the kitties in the barn, or take a smaller moment, a seed moment, and flesh that out a little bit. Revision, you also have to think about maybe the structure. You're writing something about, I think I gave the topic of the Revolutionary War, okay? Well, am I going to make a piece that has the chronology of the war, or are we going to do a piece about the cause and the effect? So sometimes the structure of the writing and what information you have will determine that. And then the last bit of the writing process is editing.
Think I can fit it on here, or should I go to the next page?
And again, sometimes kids kind of like that phase. They don't want to go back and edit it because they've done it, they've worked on it, and they go, oh, it's good enough. But if you help them, that during that conferring time is a great time to help kids revise and edit. Okay? Sometimes just having peer editors. Read it to your friend and see how they think that you could, is it clear to them? What do you think that they could improve upon? And do that even with the little ones. And again, it's not always just for convention. Sometimes it's for clarity. Sometimes it's for flow of the piece. It doesn't have to be just about convention. It can actually be about quality. Would it make more sense, instead of just saying, you forgot the period, when you're reading this, would it sound better if we put the period here, okay? And sometimes it's the way we approach it more than anything to get kids who want to edit. And I don't know what author it was, but we were writing about their writing process, and they would say sometimes they would write one page 50 times. Okay, just really reworking it and reworking it and reworking it. So when kids say in their writing workshop, I'm done, okay, that we always say, really? Because it's really hard to be done on a piece of writing. Yes, you get to that point, but most of the time there's more work to do, more improvement to be had. So, is that process something you're fairly familiar with, or is it, I feel like, in elementary school, I didn't learn, but I mean, we wrote a piece, you might have went back and edited it, and then we handed it in. And then you waited, and sometimes you got the paper back. In the meantime, you had to write another paper before you got the feedback. That's what my daughter's biggest pet peeve in college were, when they had to do a writing assignment, is they would write, and then they hand it in, and the teacher wouldn't get it graded and back to them, and they'd have to write another piece, and they're like, I don't even know if she liked, if I did what I was supposed to do on the first piece. So that immediate feedback needs to be there in order for that process to run smoothly.
Probably the most grueling process I've gone through is
Yes, you
national
should.
boards.
You should talk about
And,
that.
I mean, I did a master's program, and I never, ever have written and rewritten and revised and gone back. And, oh my gosh, you have, there's 4 components in national boards, and I did 2 components this year. One was a big test, and one was a writing piece. And it was reflecting on how you differentiate instruction. And you had to come up with long-term goals, short-term goals, and then you had a student piece, and we reflected on that. And I thought, that's not so bad. We reflect every day, and reading recovery is so reflective. We make decisions on the spot. I thought, oh, this will be easy for me. I'll just write down what I do. I'll write down my thinking, and it was so different. The style of writing that they wanted you to do, it wasn't to be the pretty, sing-songy, lots of voice. The facts. I did this. This is the evidence, and so I did this. And it was just, I sent it off to different people that are in Kansas, national board certified, and they put their name out there to go over you can send your stuff and they give you feedback. And I mean, I felt like the stupidest person when I get it back. Because they would put comments on the side, and I'm like, what? They don't know what I do, but they knew what national boards was looking for. And it was from about September when I started it until the beginning of May, constant, every weekend. And it just, I don't know if I want to do the next 2 components next year, but Laura and I are going to persevere. But I kind of felt like maybe how the kids feel going through it, the organization and making the changes and second guessing yourself. And
Having to know your audience.
Yeah.
Who's going to be reading it.
Right.
We talk, we have like a vocabulary as reading recovery teachers, and then they would put it in their national board stuff, and they get back, I don't know what you mean by that, because it was a vernacular they weren't familiar with. So, but this whole process doesn't change depending on genre, type of writing. The process is the same. And they started in kindergarten and it goes all the way up. So by the time, I think it said, by the time 3rd grade comes, to the 3rd grader in your classroom, they should really be able to know the ways to rehearse and revise. And so I think the power in the workshop is having kids who grow up in it. It is tough when we started, and the 5th grade teacher said, oh my, I feel like we're backfilling all this stuff that they've not had before because they weren't taught this process. So I think now we have the kids who have had that foundational, and it's going to be, we're going to need to benefits from that. So.
it's just so much more rigorous than how we used to teach writing, we did the story starter. Poor Kaylee was in my class when she was in 2nd and 3rd grade. I tried to do workshop because that's what we were expected to do, and everybody was writing different pieces, and oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Kaylee. She's so awesome now, but she didn't get it in 2nd and 3rd grade. But it's a lot to manage and put together. But we're excited when these kids have have been through workshop now, get to high school, and so our high school teachers. Kathy Wagner can't wait. She's like, I can't wait to get these kids because they've been exposed to what good writing, the mini lessons and the content. So
Really,
we
the
should-
science teachers will be happy because they'll know how to write lab reports and then debate, and forensics people will be happy because they know how to do persuasive writing. And so, you know,
In kindergarten, already,
right,
they're starting.
leads over, you know, whether they should be able to have chocolate milk and then trying to persuade the principal to have chocolate milk in the lunchroom, you know, those kinds of things. So, those of you who have taught the writing process, have taught the units this year, is there anything that you want to share about, is there a certain particular place that your kids struggle or you feel like they do a good job at?
I think, like, so this was our first year we didn't have any training. We both were fifth grade, and our kids are not ready for fifth grade, so we jumped down to third grade.
Yes.
And I don't know, but kids just being like, I'm done.
Right.
Okay, go reread. Like, we don't have training. So we
Sure.
don't-
Right.
Okay, go reread it. So we do. They read it. Okay, I'm done.
Yes.
Like, just getting them to keep writing.
That stamina is so important.
I've heard that a lot here at Maze too, that is, the kids just, they want to be done. And so you have to teach them. And it also says the teacher should be writing her own stories at
Right.
the time. So you can say, I'm going to show you boys and girls what I had to do last night on my writing. See how I thought I was done with this part, but, you know, and so it really pushes you as a teacher to become a writer and try out these things.
And you know, sometimes we think shared writing is just for the little ones, but those in class stories and modeling or thinking, having kids add to the stories, and you know that shared writing isn't just for K-1 and 2. I mean, they do it a little differently. They're stretching the words and turning, but in your case, you're doing more of the revising, kind of modeling the revising. What do I do when I think I'm done? These are the things that I can do, and all those lessons are in your units of study, so you'll be on your fingertips.
I was kind of surprised, you know, it used to be the last stage of publishing.
Yes.
So publishing and workshop is the celebration, really. You pick one piece to showcase at your celebration. So are we talking about celebrations a different time? Okay.
The other thing I'm revising, like, they don't always revise an entire piece, okay? They may just, maybe they just want to see if they have a really strong beginning. Or maybe they're revising to see if they have good transitions. Or maybe they're revising if they have a good, strong conclusion. You're not asking them to revise and edit through every single piece. Okay? Whatever you happen to be working on through your mini lessons is a great place for them to go back to their writing and try revising there. Doesn't always fit, but again, it's not like every piece of writing is going to be one you want to send home. Even, I mean, sometimes teachers are like, I don't really want to send this home because it's not published and edited. It doesn't look perfect. Like, okay, we're worried about the process. We'll have product, but the process is also something that we're teaching. And that's what we kind of have to educate parents in, that this is a process. And, every piece that comes home is not going to be refrigerator, on your refrigerator, that your kids are learning how to write.
I really think that it's important for us to keep the revision process as easy as possible for the kids, because it can be very laborious and overwhelming. And I know Mary said it once before, but I think it's a great ways you can make it easier for the kids by letting them especially cut up their paper. I was in a 5th grade classroom, and as I walked around, I saw their drafts were cut. It looks like somebody had just kind of went through and shredded them, and they have tape, they tape the piece here, and then they tape the piece here. So I asked the student, I said, what are you doing here? What happened here? He said, well, I needed to elaborate a little bit more. I decided I liked this part better down here, and I needed to squeeze something in there. So I just cut it, and I made more room to put that part in where I wanted to explain it a little better. Oh, okay. For him, that was easy to cut it up, tape it, give himself some more lines, add something in. And so, you could very easily make that really pretty if you wanted to at some point. But I thought he didn't seem to have a problem with cutting it up and moving it around and adding to it as long as it was easy. But if you could imagine trying to erase and rewrite, oh my goodness, he would have been like, no, like we all would. So
it's easier when they're older and in high school. They can cut and paste on the computer. Wow, that made life so much easier.
In fact, the little ones, they write in pen, so that they're not constantly erased. Did you have a question?
I just wondered if this was any good, The Power of Grammar, these two books that they kind of hinted at.
Who is the author?
Mary Aaronworth or something?
Yeah, that is right. Yes.
When grammars come up again, when are we going to teach grammar? Well, we have researched and we have found the most meaningful way to teach grammar is through their writing. I've suggested to teachers, if you notice your 4th graders, they're so frustrated, they're not putting periods and it's hard to read, and it's like, get that, take a break from workshop or in mid-workshop teaching, or do it in first thing in the morning, once a week. Put it up there and say, okay, today we're going to look for periods, or today we're going to look for endings on words. Let's just read this. How does this sound? This is in the past. So we need to add ED on the ends of these. You can teach grammar and figures of speech, idioms. You could say, I really like how this writer used the word throw in the towel when they were asked. That's called an idiom, right? Is that an idiom? That's an idiom, and let's think of some more idioms here. As it comes up in the writing, that's the best way to teach it. So if you know your standards and what you have to teach as it comes up, what a good time to teach it. That's the most meaningful, when kids have the need to know.
And to improve their writing, they have the need to know that particular grammar skill. So, my question is this: how long is it expected-ish for this process, or each parts of this process to take? I know it's different for every child. It is. But at the same time, in teaching it last year, I really felt like they could have spent the entire week just on one lesson. Right, and here's the caveat there. If you do that, if you drag it out, kids will be bored, and they will not want to write. We always say, keep it moving, because they're going to write another piece and practice things, they'll write another piece. Now, it also depends on grade level. Like first grader, they can write, 12 how-to books in a week. They're just, I don't know, for 3rd grade, how many pieces would you think?
I think it's a unit of study is different, and personal narratives are a little bit different. A research unit in 3rd grade, that they have them do, it depends on the bend. In this bend, you're going to work on this bend too. You're going to work with a partner, and then is that kind of how it is? It kind of depends on the bend, it depends on the unit. But Lucy is so adamant saying don't spend more
not, it's okay because it will circle back and we'll have that lesson again. So just move yourself on.
And if you think about, that writing process is across all the genres, yeah, they're going to see it time and time and time again, so.
And you'll revisit it a little bit, in narrative, you're gonna teach certain things, but then you might teach it again in the opinion.
Right.
So she says it's not that they have to master that skill and use it that day and use it forever. It's just something to put in their bag of writing. It's just like reading. It's a skill that you learn, you're gonna have it with you. And you make conference about it with them, to revisit it with certain kids, but just go on to
So
finish.
if you don't feel like we really answered that well enough, then that panel of teachers is here tomorrow. Be sure to ask them.
Yes.
Okay, be sure to ask them. They might have a better answer.
For us not being classroom teachers, there's some questions like that we do our best guess, based on what we know about the study, but all right, K2 people, is there anything you wanted to share out about the pathways of?
You want to share some of the comments you made in there? What a great discussion.
We talked about kids that when they're writing, if they don't know how to spell a word, they don't want to come on. And I just asked, how do you get those kids to be independent? And because they want to know how to spell it. Or they, then they lose, I think, kind of what they're writing because they're stuck on the word.
I think she had so many lessons that address that.
Yeah, we talked about the more that you help them, the kind of the worse it is, because then they rely on you more.
I think there are so many lessons that will address that too, about, just try it. And if I were you, I would just say it slow, and write the sounds you hear, and if they can get it close, then you praise them for that. Sometimes if you want to, you teach them to make a box, how many sounds do you hear? Okay, now put a letter for each sound that you hear, sorry, no. Right.
We talked about telling on the practice page, try it, and I'll be back. You
Right.
try it, listen to the sounds that you hear.
But there's no way you can spell words for kids and go around and be spelling because that's all you would do. And you're teaching for independence, and they have to learn how to be independent and problem solve.
There's a sentence here that says, if you jump in to be sure the child's approximations are correct, you keep the child in a dependent relationship to you, and the child will only write when you're on call.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That was,
And that happens in older writers too. That's not just K2 kids. Older writers, there are some kids who they can spell that word right, they don't want to use word walls are good. Some have little student dictionaries. But approximations are probably the best way. Just you write it the way it sounds to you, and then editing things and when you're wanting somebody else to read it, that's when you have to spell correctly. But
Kind of to go along with what Mary's saying about spelling too, is you have to do a little bit of educating your parents because they are think about how we were taught. And I'm kind of old school. And again, we were taught that writing is perfectly capitalized and spelled and punctuated, or else it's not good writing. So we have to shift that mindset and say, you can expect the writing to not be perfect, and you can expect that there will be words that are misspelled, and we will work on that during spelling or another time of day during our word work. But and I know many of you use your high frequency words are part of your spelling program, or you work really hard at getting the kids to learn those, and I think that's really the best you can do, is getting the importance of using a word wall or, becoming more self-sufficient in that way and not focusing on it when it's time to write. And so you're going to have to educate your parents a little bit because they will have a different mindset. And so, but once they get through a year or two of the workshop and they see some of the stuff they're producing, they'll be like, oh my gosh, wow, I didn't know my child had this kind of thoughts,
And for my group, is there anything you wanted to tell the K-2 people? And we talked about the process, the rehearsal, drafting, revision, and editing. And spent most of the time talking about revision. But not that these aren't important part of getting your ideas down and thinking about your audience and for the K-2 people, probably that long and strong stamina for those beginning writers. Tricky. And so, yeah, they're not going to walk into your room knowing being able to do 40 minutes of writing. But they can draw, they can label, and they can tell stories, and you can write with them, and that's how you're going to build that up as the year goes on.
Mary, we even talked about rehearsal for kindergarten.
Yes.
One of you was talking about, yes, that you want to share that?
Yeah.
That he didn't have very much language?
Right. There was a part where Ilmid was trying to write a story about a moth, and he was like, that butterfly thing. And so I totally got a picture in my mind of our Hispanic children who are very limited with language and vocabulary and struggle with writing because they don't know the words to use to convey what they're trying to say. So
We talked about like if the first verse out loud.
Yes.
First, it might be a simple sentence for I went to the store and I saw a moth or something.
Yeah.
Say it to you, they can even tap on their page that they're planning to do this. It helps them start. So rehearsal could
Actually, this process is K-12. It's not just intermediate. And the other thing with rehearsal, there are some low language kids, and they're not all ELL. Sometimes just they come to school with low language skills because nobody really talks to them at home, and they have a hard time organizing or remembering what they want to write, and telling their story into seesaw first. And then when they get stuck, they can read, they can listen to that again and say, oh yeah, that's what I was going to write next. Or, it's a little less threatening to them than having to write it down and then go back and change it. So, or telling it to a friend, tell it to a friend first, and then rehearsal stage. Lots of different ways. Drafting it, getting it down, revising, thinking about who your audience is, thinking about am I saying it clearly? Is it in the sequence I want? Is it in the structure that I want? Again, we talked about the cutting and pasting. Not always. It's not about erasing. It's about cutting and pasting and writing things in the margin or
writing on one side.
No, I did not. Writing on one side of the paper or skipping every other line so that if they want to go back and cross out a line, they have room to write in below it. So is it ever typed? I see some of the stories in our building typed. They do the typing during the computer. I think that's totally up to you. If it's less laborious for them to type than to write, I don't think that you can't do that. As long as they know that once it's typed, it's still does not have to be a perfect copy. They're still probably going to have to go back and do some revision. Now, if they want to use the computer tools to do that, fine. But, sometimes when you get kids, they type something up and it looks nice, so they think they're done. And, you have to keep reminding them that you still are going to do probably some revision and some, might for older down or whatever.
That are fairly good at typing,
Yes.
And things that they want to maybe showcase on a bulletin board or, at a celebration of some sort. Sometimes
We talked about how in the revisioning part, they may not revise the entire piece. They may just be looking at their beginnings or their
break for lunch. All right.
First one really fast. Do any of you own the book called The Writing Thief? Does anybody own that? I was trying to get my hands on it by tomorrow, and I borrowed from a friend, and came over, I think our library is. So I just checked. That's all. Okay, have a great lunch. See you back at 12:30. Good, how are you?
Yes, I just got a really cute. I don't even know, she's trying really hard to block off your time so that when you go to specials, you still have. You have your two groups in the right? That's it. They have some big blocks of time, and they have a pretty good schedule already worked out, so I imagine it'll be very similar to last year. If you want to email me, she would just schedule too. How about your other animals? Pretty good, you know, they yes. She would have a schedule of, say maybe you might ask for a class schedule. Are you serious? I know. The specials is what we call the day. And then you'll have they have it worked out fairly well, so I think it's working.
Too close for comfort now.
I know, I showed that to Mary, this box actually came from Roosevelt, so we're gonna just put it back the way it was, and she's gonna try to, there was no guidebook in here. Oh, we found the guidebook. Alright, so any questions you have regarding the reader's workshop, and just even if you're reading through things and you're like, I don't get this, I don't understand this part, email me and I can just always respond back. If nothing else, I can keep your questions until we meet and I can explain it to you. Yes, I have done some instruction coaching, so perhaps we've done a lot of like the meetings with groups as a team, but this last year we did more individuals. So it's my job to just kind of come and talk to you and answer your questions and maybe kind of to need help with assessment. I have some time to help you assess your kids. It's going to be tricky to know. I can see a lot of just what you do right now.
Should we make a note of anything you'd like to talk about?
Like Jarrett will do, was doing math and social studies, and all their science and, yeah. So we'll have all the things. Just,
Hang on, you say you need this.
We'll do the ones like over here. But Jared gets to do this here, so hopefully
know, I think some different teachers do different things.
What do you teach?
And
I'm SPED.
middle school.
I'm in intermediate project, so.
Yesterday about I also made it really learn to go watch.
You guys are reading and language arts books. About how long?
You know, some.
I do have my blocks. It's my first year, so I'm not, I really don't understand the schedule, but if I'm correct, it's like 40 minutes class periods, except for the half like block day. It's different.
You know, and.
I don't know if it's back.
So just.
Actually, even at 40 minutes, it's hard to get. I know, it'd be, a middle school teacher sitting on the piano.
Yes.
Some.
I'm just curious, because that's.
She will get to answer all your questions if we don't know.
If we can just go to a room with her.
Oh my gosh, she'd be great for you guys to watch. I am not kidding you.
Who is it?
Misty Norris.
Okay, yeah.
You know Misty. She's a wonderful teacher. You guys should, I'm sure she would welcome you to come and watch her at any time. She's done this, I think, like 2 or 3 years. She's great at it. She loves it. She would really do it.
They work with us. But then they have a group.
One thing I texted her last night.
Just like they learn like multiple teachers.
I don't have space. I can't.
So I think that would be.
Well, I've taught sensitivity, which I don't know.
And I said, Misty, do you, not the text, do you still pull your kids up close? She said, yes, absolutely, and I listen so much better that way.
Like,
So that's, well, not necessarily before, and I'll show you a video here after this. If you hear the chairs a little closer.
Okay.
Or benches, maybe you have benches like.
Have you ever had anything digital?
Benches out. I don't think they're necessarily digital, but their chairs are just hard.
That's what I was trying to picture, is like.
The last one was.
And they're,
The nicest teachers.
Or
teachers, and they make a big production about.
It's not really notes, but you know, like when you pull something up and it's just any kind of app like that. They can like circle a word if they're unsure of the spelling, or like,
So I was curious.
they just, someone would just do a smiley, and then, you know, when they go after somebody, they have to say like, why they did that. Some of those kind of not.
Just the intention, it just sends such a sound message, like, I'm up here, I care about you.
Yeah, so
So it was really important for us to come up closer and pay attention.
they were taught.
It's really important. It's kind of a psychological.
She was teaching, she would bring, you know, some of the kids do,
Like, I have an flexi turn the chair, so I don't have dad sitting on the tables, you know, whatever. So it should work in theory, you know, really well. But it just, it might be process. And I was thinking, closer. I don't, because our roof is so small. I mean, like, truly, our roof is so small.
What is your favorite project or something?
Like 20, you know, and we would have like 23 and 27 coming up. And, right, so when they were in my room, like, there's literally nowhere to sit unless they use every corner of the room.
do you want to do it in like a timeline fashion, made them their own?
Charts?
Based off the units and you go. I don't know.
Certain order you come to discipline.
Work their tail off.
But you were talking about chart page, a rowing.
I mean,
We've had this conversation about we've had parents who are friends of ours.
Or like
that
a
say,
pad of it.
We got these rubric grades, and now they're in middle school and they're getting Cs. And so, again, it hasn't been a perfect transition.
They have the yellow one.
Elementary level,
Report card will change to reflect the result. So it's like a 4-3-2. So it's a 4-3-2. Yeah.
Like you said, the order.
Post-it notes. Okay, I'm not doing a commercial. Home Depot has the Post-it notes in yellow in stock. They're hard to find.
Yeah, and I got them in probably December. I would would assume so. Just Google it on their website and see if it's in store before you go.
They're chart sized, or what are they?
Yeah, they're like
Chart
this,
sized.
and they're posted, and they're yellow, and they have lines.
I don't know how practical it would be, so I have a big long board in my room, and I have it segmented into 3: reading, writing, and science and social studies. But I was thinking for reading and writing, like maybe laminating a piece of that, and then just sticking the sticky notes throughout the unit on that board, and then taking them off. But
Laminating the chart paper?
Yeah, like laminating the chart paper.
Butcher paper would be essentially the same thing.
True, yeah, I could just laminate butcher paper. That'd be a lot.
One thing I did with all my sticky notes was laminate them, and that was a really good idea because sticky wears off. The writing is.
Or did you like magnet them up, staple them up?
One teacher, I think, similar to what you're talking about, started with a basic chart, and she had hot glue paper, clothespins on it. And so she would change the top or change the right, then the clips were just easy for her to clip the anchored chart and stickies on it.
Okay.
And also, she used the stickies, or she had printed off from the web, the site. She had the notes that were, like this, and then she just kept it up and changed the look out of the poster.
I've also seen where they have like their ribbon and the binder clips that go down it for the main column before you start. And then that you can also switch.
Looking at the label by the number of points, not even reading the title. I also have to say, this little got, when we went to the summer school library thing, this little girl said, picking out, I'm gonna pick this one because it's pink. Or she's just a kindergartner. What was the pink book about? It was a chapter book.
Yeah, big fat markers. And what about second grade? Well, didn't she say first grade was the thinner marker, right? And then second grade and up was pins. And I've heard you talking about this before, too much erasing, making holes in the papers, and that's why they do that. But she does say right in there, pencils work. Prefer pencils, they're adequate. Yep. Okay, and did you have a discussion about journals? I know we did in one group. Okay, does anybody want to say anything else about what we talked about? She just makes a point about journals that it has no genre, it has no audience to it. It's not that it's a bad thing. We know that journaling is therapeutic and it's a wonderful thing, but it's definitely different than workshop type of writing. And she makes a point about writing centers, that rotating kids through a writing center is nothing really like a workshop at all. Different type of writing, laissez-faire, she says, type of writing. Any other comments anybody wants to make?
We talked in ours about our composition notebooks that we've tried. The spiral, we've tried the 3-ring binder, none of those work. They lose papers out of it. That we really want to go to the actual composition books next year.
I love hearing that. And that helps the other groups too, because they were talking about what type of paper, what type of a notebook works. And in your resources, K1, 2, I'm not sure how far that goes. K1, 2, at least you can print off types of paper that you can use. And I don't know what grade level that really stops. Girls know, like third grade stops.
Third grade still has.
Oh, third grade does? Okay. I feel like fourth and fifth that you don't print your paper. I'm not positive.
I mean, so we were talking about, those composition notebooks, probably aren't writing an entire piece.
Sure.
In that notebook. You're trying out different things in there, you're gathering ideas.
Practicing
kind of a
reading or-
practice area.
And the writing notebook, what grade does that start at? Third grade, it says in there, third grade it starts. Now, Mary talked about the little kids, the kindergarten and first graders wearing a little notebook here and then it's just different, they're just jotting topics that they want to remember to write about. So that's a different than a writing notebook. Yes.
I wanted to ask you and anybody else who has in the classroom about, we have some in our mentioned sometimes things about like the anchor charts were a little bit like just overwhelming. Maybe there were too many things on one chart, and I don't know if anybody else finds that to be true, or if our job is to maybe sort of offer those as choices, not that we would expect the kids to be able to necessarily do all of it, all of that chart at once, but choose something. Is that what you see it as more of a lot of times they're to help guide us and remind us.
I see it as that's what you teach. That's what you teach, put up your anchor chart. This is what you're teaching today, you put up maybe your anchor chart. Don't see it as a voice.
I'm talking about
They're individual ones.
Well, I'm talking about like when a teacher presents different strategy in first grade. Deck strategies.
Yeah,
These
like
are
you
your
teach this
strategies.
strategy today, and the next day you teach this strategy.
And then you might say, what are you going to work on today? And then we choose one.
Yeah, I see that.
That's what I think is that choice.
Right. You wouldn't expect them to do A and then B and then C.
Sure.
No.
Right.
It would be culmination.
And kind of a little bit of a self-evaluation for the kids to think, what are you doing really well? Are you really good at this? You're really good at this, but maybe not so good at this. Let's make that a goal for today. Try that out in your reading today. And I'm not sure, and I'm just not as familiar with the upper grade anchor charts as I am the lower ones, so I was not understanding exactly the overwhelming part.
They're tools that go in your kit. I'm talking about a kid's writing repertoire. We can't expect them all to have mastered every single one of those things. They will spiral back just like the reading does. But this is what you teach good writers do. You can use it as conferring for when you confer. You can use it for small group work. Remember when we talked about writers really develop their they want their reader to really picture the setting. So this is how they do that. I noticed you talk about the setting, but really explain it. What can you write? It might be something on the anchor chart that they can do with their.
Just start doing. So they are choosing off of their different strategies.
Yeah.
I think the overwhelming part is if you have the mindset that they have to do this and this and this and this.
There's so many, are you saying there's so many stickies on one chart?
Right.
Yeah, I agree. A lot.
Okay.
And so I think as a teacher, they were feeling overwhelmed with
Like too much on the chart.
Yeah.
Like this is an individual thing, this one, this one, this one, this one.
Make
Like,
it big two charts. A lot of information to have, like a kid can't focus on. And that's why I think you put up one per day, the rest is covered, you're just adding one that day, the kids are just thinking about that. That's what we have, you're adding to them.
That's
starting the year out that way,
and then it's.
But if you just. Okay, so she makes the point, make the anchor chart with the child, it's more meaningful. Right, Amanda? What's the research say?
Research says if it's on the board, if it's on your wall, you need to make it with your kids.
You're right about that. That is what the research says. But now I can tell you that the 489 teachers have just made these charts just the same time, laminated them, and they might just put up one and they have the rest covered. I see what you're saying about overwhelming. If you have laminated and made this poster and you just set it out for them fresh, they're like, wow, that's a lot of information. Maybe cover the rest of what you're not talking about. I see what you're saying, though. She says make the chart with the kids, but the teachers, being practical, trying to save time, they're excellent teachers, and they say, that takes too much time, I'm just gonna make the whole, they have them laminated and made.
But if you have them covered, you could at least kind of do a review, each day to teach on that piece of it.
Well, the lesson tells you what sticky note to put up, so you're not going to, it'll tell you which one on that mini lesson, what we're going to work on.
But I think by the end of the unit, when all 10 of them are up there, that's when it becomes overwhelming. We add one at a time as we're teaching it with them, but at the end, when it's all up there, when they go to use it, they don't use it because it's overwhelming to them, the options and the information that's on
And
it.
maybe, like Mary said, just cut it in half, do 2 charts. She said that.
3 charts, however many you think.
However you think it's best.
Or you could even have like the kiddos make a chart for their desk, like, okay, which 3 of those strategies work best for you? And then they make their own little chart for their desk maybe.
Ours talked about having them go up and put a sticky note on the strategy that they used. So then
Yes.
They look for their name.
they would look for their name to find it.
And I'll just say
Making the chart interactive. That's what she was
one
talking
other
about.
thing too that I think we found when we first started, you all that are in year 1 are going through growing pains because the kids are not familiar with any of this. So you have to realize that the next year you do it, when the next class comes up and they're familiar, as time goes by, they're going to get better and better. It'll become easier and easier. I think back to when we first started, how overwhelming the whole thing was. And then by year 2 or 3, it was like, okay, things are sailing along much better.
Changes are.
Yeah.
And I think Amanda, you were saying.
It's an adjustment.
That it's adjustment for parents too. Right?
We talked about
Saying that?
great
It's an adjustment for parents too sometimes. So we have a little workshop flyer that went home to all the parents to say that our curriculum is changing a little bit. It's going to look a little bit different. So I think that's, okay, we better move on and see some videos here. Yeah, I don't remember very much about this one. 4th grade. Learning mini lesson. Okay, notice how they're pulled together. It's a mini lesson, they're all pulled up front. I asked Misty, she's an 8th grade teacher, do you still pull your kids to the front? She said, I absolutely do, and it's important, and they listen better that way. So even at 8th grade, it's a lot of times, even we've heard at 5th grade, we don't have room to pull our kids up close, but I'm trying to, it's a psychological thing that you're doing, pulling kids even 3 feet closer if you can, because you're saying to them, this is something very important, this is a secret I want to share with you, move closer, this is so important. Okay, go for it.
Writers, last night I was studying your writing, and you know there are some stories that kind of put you to sleep, and there are other stories that you just want to keep on reading? Well, your stories were ones that I wanted to just keep on reading. You had such interesting characters, and I could see how you guys were using the qualities of good narrative writing in your work, and I know that you're still using that to keep pushing yourself and meeting new goals. I was also especially pleased that you guys had your characters speaking in your story. You didn't just say, she was afraid, but instead you would write things like, Jill looked up at her mother and said, I'm afraid of thunder. In fact, right now what I want you to do is you take out your draft and find a spot in your draft where you have your characters talking or a place where you could get your characters talking. So right now, search through your draft and put your finger on that spot. Go ahead. And you might want to go to the heart of your story, guys, because that's a place where you know you wrote a lot with dialogue to stretch out the story. Okay, good job. You might be finding a spot where you could have dialogue too. Okay, you can look at a spot where you could have dialogue. Okay, fantastic. So writers, you guys are now gonna need your conch shell, okay? So get your conch shell ready, right? Ready on the side, because you're gonna read that whole part right now into your conch shell like actors on Broadway. You're gonna bring that part of your story to life in your conch shell. But remember, only you should be able to hear yourself. Your neighbor shouldn't be able to hear you. So right now, I wanna see everyone's conch shell ready. And read that part of your story like actors on Broadway. Okay, make sure you're breathing life into it. Really act it out. Okay, look at the words on your page, okay? Do it like an actor. Reread it again. Okay, writers. That was great. I could hear you guys were working like actors there. So writers, now that I know that you guys all have dialogue, I was thinking, what's the new work we could do? Well, writers, today I'm going to teach you that writers of realistic fiction reread their dialogue, almost acting out those parts, and then revise their dialogue to add in what your character would really say, the tone of voice your character would use. Are they speaking softly? Are they speaking loudly? Are they speaking angrily? And they include specific actions so we can see what your character is really doing. So we're gonna work on my piece together, since you guys know about my story really well. You know that in my story, Jessica has to make this big decision about whether she's going to listen to Minnie and Gabby and stop being friends with Nikki. Well, this scene where I pulled this dialogue that we're going to revise is from when Jessica tells Minnie, I'm going to stay friends with Nikki. She makes this big decision and Minnie reacts with dialogue. So I'm going to read this to you right now. This is the line we're going to be revising. Minnie looked at Jessica. You're a loser, she said. So writers, we're going to be revising this, making sure to include what my character really says, the tone of voice, thinking about the tone of voice my character is using, and the specific actions she would be doing. But before we can revise, remember that writers kind of act out this part. So partner one, you guys are going to be the actors and actresses. You're going to be Minnie. And as you're thinking about how you're going to act being Minnie, think about what's Minnie saying, what's her tone of voice, and what are the specific actions that Minnie's doing. And partner two, you guys are the narrators. You're going to be using your storytelling voice to capture exactly what partner one is doing, okay? Partner one, are you ready to act? Partner two, are you ready to narrate? Turn and go. You will have to try to make sure I'm running in specific actions. Okay guys, freeze for just 1 second. Actors and narrators, I'm actually noticing that our actors aren't really being expressive. I want you to remember that you're acting as Minnie and you're thinking about what she's saying. I hear a lot of you doing that, but not just what she's saying, how she's saying it, and what are her actions, what's she doing with her body, okay? So try to be really expressive. I'm actually hearing the narrators do a fantastic job capturing what they're saying, but I need you guys to be real actors right now, okay? Turn, talk, turn around up. What specific actions does she use in that?
She has her hands on her hips and she makes a face. It says in a bossy tone,
keep going.
You're a loser.
Miss Kerrigan, I am so impressed with the actors in this class. Right now, Ellie, will you come on up for a second? Here we go. We're going to have Ellie, we're going to revise this dialogue based on Ellie's enactment, you stand right next to Catherine. And Ellie is now Minnie. Will you act this piece of dialogue out for us? And writers, I want you paying close attention to Ellie.
Why would we want to be friends with her? You're a loser.
Wow, freeze. We're gonna rewind that for a second. Oh my goodness. So guys, as we watch Ellie doing this again, I want you to be thinking about how is Minnie looking at Jessica? So as you're watching Ellie do this again, pay close attention to how Minnie is looking at Jessica. Go ahead.
Why would you want to be friends with her? You're a loser.
Who thinks they can name how Minnie is looking at Jessica? Madeline? Maddie?
She's sort of like scrunching her eyebrows like...
She's scrunching her eyebrows?
She's kind of like... She, did like a loser sign.
Okay, I just want to know how she's looking at her. Can we name that? How is she looking at her?
Like a mean face.
Okay, like a mean face. Is there a word for this?
Like she's squinting her eyes.
She's squinting her eyes.
Her eyes are kind of like staring at Jessica. Like,
So she's staring, Minnie is staring at Jessica. What else is Minnie doing?
she's like looking down, like up and down, Leo, like, wow, like, how would you be a friend if you're like...
Okay, so Minnie is staring at Jessica. I actually remember the words that you said. You actually added on to the dialogue, actually. So can you say it one more time, and we're going to pay attention to the exact words she's saying. Go ahead.
Why would you want to be friends with her? You're a loser.
Why would you even want to be friends with her? You're a loser. I love how you added on more dialogue. Why would you even want to be friends with her? You're a loser. Writers, are you noticing how I'm not just tucking in some words here, I'm actually rewriting.
Okay, we're just gonna stop there, because of time. We're gonna go look at the next one really quickly. We might not watch that all the way through, but that's what a writing lesson looks like. So your kids are really close, teachers teaching, no one here all listening. I think someone, maybe Mary made the point yesterday, these are inner city New York kids. Yes.
Okay, so you have been working on your essays, and one of the things I noticed when I was looking at your essays last night is you guys have moves. Like, you know something about essay writing. I was looking through all of your essays, and I was thinking about some of the things that you know about how to make strong arguments that you've learned since you've been here and in your writing work. You guys know that essays always have a strong claim. You know that the claim has support, has reasons, that there's evidence for every reason you make, that the intro should hook you and set up the essay, that there's a conclusion. And the thing that impressed me the most about your writing was that you also know that essays often have a counterclaim, where you name, what would someone say who disagrees with me, okay? What we want to do today is, I'm really proud of you. I feel like you're ready to lift the level of your essay up a little bit. You've got the foundation down, now let's build the building. So the way we're going to build the building of your essay to make it feel like it's even better than the way you know how to write it now, is we're going to take a look at one of the paragraphs of an essay that I found out in the world, and we're going to look at what do authors do when they're trying to make really strong arguments or they're trying to be really persuasive? Okay? So I'm going to read this. You see, first of all, how long this body paragraph is. Right? One thing we see is that authors sometimes do a lot of things when they're trying to make their points strong and persuasive. So I'm going to read this piece, and what I want you guys to think about is what is it that this author does that makes his body paragraph strong and persuasive? Okay, you got it? All right, let's read. In addition to the fact that Barclays Stadium adds an unimaginable volume of traffic to the already overcrowded streets of Brooklyn, the arena does not, as was promised, improve the small businesses that live there. My opponents argue, as the stadium developer Bruce Ratner and his team did, that the swarms of basketball fans will only improve the economics of the area. They say the stadium will pour money into the mom and pop stores that litter the streets of Park Slope, Fort Greene, and Prospect Heights like bees pollinating the flowers of a garden. For example, they argue that building owners will rake in the dough from high rents and that businesses will flourish. But this has not proven true so far. Truth is, fans don't want to go to a small Park Slope cafe. They want Chili's. Consequently, the fans' money will...
Okay, we're going to stop that one. This is kind of just to show you what a mini lesson looks like and how the kids are pulled up close. He's going to show you a part of the next one with just 2 seconds about how the kids, they're older kids and they're pulled up to the front for our middle and high school. So all the way to the bottom, okay? All the way to the bottom. And all these videos are on the Teachers College site, by the way, if you want to look at some on your own.
I'll give you that website later.
Yes. And,
it says bottom left, Jerry.
well, it's okay. You can skip that. I was just going to show like 2 seconds, but it's basically the same thing as the last video. It shows that even older kids, middle school and high school kids, even move up. And as I was telling that group, they can pull out benches from under their chalkboards, pull those out real quick. You saw kids sitting around on chairs, and you saw them sitting up on desks around, just making the point that come close, this is important. Okay? So any comments on what you saw? I noticed in the second video, they were using yellow paper, and then she said, don't use yellow paper. It's what Lucy said in your book. She said it's harder to read, but I noticed they were using yellow paper. So, anything that you saw that you'd like to comment on?
They all have great management, didn't they? We're going to talk about management next, but before we do that, we're going to register your writing resources, and then we'll take a break after we get that done. So if you could just take out a device and go to a web browser to the Heinemann.com site. I know yesterday, Monday.
And up there on the,
There's that Wi-Fi password. I think some of you bookmarked that Heinemann.com website. So those of you that are new today, what we started on Monday was a little Post-it note to put inside your red notebook with some important websites. So you may just want to jot down on a Post-it note, Heinemann.com, online resources to support units. Okay, so I'm going to get my browser up here.
I like space too.
Just go, you told
that out loud.
Okay, if you're looking for the code, the writing code isn't in there. Then it's writing units of study. So
And actually, it is in the new unit, so Holy Family. I think, I talked to Jenny. You guys, Insight Unit 1, did you talk about that, Laura? Because I was up here trying to get this on the screen. In Unit 1, book, in the new sets. Now, our USD 49 ones are older, it's not in Unit 1 because they have everything that's the online resources is in here on this CD, but it's just so much easier now to go online. So the online code is not in here, but the newer sets have it. So Jenny, it's
WUOS_GR and then your grade.
And I think kindergarten, do we have anybody from kindergarten here? It's just a K, it's not GR. Does anybody need help getting to this website?
You have yours, Angie, right?
Yeah, we did mine.
And did you have yours? Yeah.
We're good? We should have parents around here.
Laura? The narrative, like the writing checklist, do you give those to the kiddos? Or do you use them just for reading?
And you can even like cut in half if, you know, if it's too overwhelming. Did you notice that they use the narrative?
That's your email.
Yeah.
So you sure can. You can make a poster of it. Yeah. One is even made for kids and one is made for you. One for elementary is like one is friendly with little pictures.
Well, yeah, the illustrator one is for them.
Kind of more user friendly for little kids.
And for those of you that teach 2 grade levels or more than 1 grade level, you'll just need to get the supplies, read the books from another teacher at grade level that you need.
They show these pictures in the book, right? Why would it do this? They should know it's in the book. Yeah, why would I need it on? So you can print it off.
Because I had 16, so I just printed it off.
But if I don't want to, if I want to make it my kids. They do the expert, there you go.
No, they didn't do anything. Like there was literally just, I feel like it needs to be kind of put together and just a bullet points underneath.
So this is when you are finished registering and you have that, you can go ahead and take a break and we'll be back here at 2:10.
You're way smarter than you think you are.
So what I do sometimes is like
Okay, so 2:10, we'll be back.
It's a nice break. Like I wasn't gonna talk about my own.
They're so expensive. They are. I didn't look at paper. Oh, wow. But I would love to have a roll. Yeah. That would be pretty awesome. Right. It's so cool. I have some in my room. Just have a roll. I'll pay these ladies. These ladies think we need.
These ladies?
No, not you.
Oh, I think that
Experts say.
we need.
Sticky.
But I would love like just copying like a big towel thing. It's just like, it's
Like on the kids'
just drop it down.
That's what I needed to argue.
That would be nice.
That was actually.
I would just put it on the wall and just like, put it up high.
Oh, yeah, hang it up on the wall.
And then I think it's better than easily take up space and just. Okay, fine.
Saying, because I've been ripping the whole thing.
Oh, I love ripping that big paper.
I get nervous.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna walk around.
I'm going to, if you want to go straight.
You have to charge it. Yeah, one of those chairs.
Oh, look, they have this. It's one of those rolls.
See, that's what we need. How wide, does it say how wide it is? If it's only done. If it's only 12 inches. Yeah, most of them, I know, I want like 2 feet. 3 feet would be great, but I want 2 feet minimum. Okay, that's what we're gonna look at. 3 feet would be fantastic. And 4 can make us a.
Yeah, all you need is like a little dowel rod and then just.
Brent to stop teaching. He needs to stop teaching woods and he needs to just work on things that we need.
Shelves, I would love bookshelves.
We need bookshelves. Tom's looking at
Standing
things, those big
tables.
ones. I know. Did you see Linda's? She freaking pulled one.
This one's 17 inches.
Oh, that's good.
It's better, and it's 3
Easel paper, 17 inches. And we just, all we need is like a,
But
you need something underneath it.
But I still want to go big.
Like, where are we standing right in front of this one? My dad's gonna edit this.
Hey, Megan's dad.
No, it's, oh crap, it is on.
She's on all day.
I know, I was trying to read, I don't like when
Felt lost in the again.
Oh, God.
Okay, so composition notebooks. Look for butcher paper. Let's start with them.
got an email
Yeah.
Because, we got like, she said that, did you get that same time? Did you, I emailed her back, and she said, you want that and then, this is how
You need the markers for the paper.
No, I know for the kids. The kids can use them.
Yeah. I told her,
They want
I must have
big, yeah. Those ones. Oh, yeah, thick rainbows, yes.
like the little, just straight.
Yes, they do.
Just on Wednesday.
Just let me know. Wait,
And I
I'll
will-
get it. I'll get you this one.
See how it goes.
$12,000.
Here in a few weeks. I don't know. I think he just, whatever pops into his mind.
She counted each one.
And he was saying, he kept telling me how to do it because she's counting,
Like, was making a game out of it, or some kind of issue. Right. She's drinking enough water. First juice lately.
And then I did.
Not crystal wine, juice. She really liked the crystal wine, but maybe she was drinking a lot.
So we went to Lakeside and Frogs jumped yesterday. I'm pretty sure, what are we gonna put on yesterday?
One of the nights that was gone.
Which he did when I was back. But I thought,
now he like wakes up and it's like he's like,
but that's enough when I took him, start running at the end of the sentence.
Yeah, to the look.
But I thought at least.
randomly wake up and be whining for some reason.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and I think at this point, he's just kind of like this, really, he doesn't understand. Yeah.
Well, she was lost, like, didn't know who what time she was. Yes.
And I don't
But
know
when
if
she
that's
woke
good or
up in the
bad.
morning, she went to look for her and could not find her.
Oh my God, I.
They found her like a half mile from their house. In a closet, in a hole. It was one of those, we had all that rain, how there was not water in the pond, and no clothing. She was naked, it was hot in the house, so she did just like a diaper.
Describe
When her diaper
the
was
tour
wet,
that's
she
right
was
after
naked.
them.
Like,
It was
awful.
they need more of that.
She's fine.
You know, or if it's just.
Sleepwalks, she really she sleepwalks, and they're assuming like they don't lock their lock. They do, but she knows how to unlock it. Like they put a deadbolt down.
Yeah. High enough that she can't reach, right?
But like she unlocks it all the time. Like the dog out to go to the bathroom. Like, oh, that's on cardboard.
Got their back this plan.
Yeah, they said she had to walk like 2 blocks on the highway to get where she was because of all the things. All the shit that she's going, she's too.
She is so lucky.
In the dark, at night, like.
Problem I think that.
Well, obviously looking out for her.
Is understanding the story. And then us then I watched, and he had like new 6+7. You know, there were 6 strips and 7 of that. So he threw 6 and he threw 7 and that, and then he was like 4, 17.
Thank you for what you're about.
I just then I did like lecture paper.
Yeah, and she's like, this is the first time they'll see it.
It was 40 pages. It was like 24 hours. But it was just
one of those.
I didn't know anything
Never did actually complain.
Yeah, because they, I think it's about the.
No, I just sent it to her today. She'll, I mean, I'm sure it's Amazon. I'm sure she'll order it.
But I want the one, I want the,
Well, it's time, I want to look at it. It's in Brainstorm. I'll brainstorm all that. And then the Amazon.
Paper goes through and
I know she ordered it, 'cause she opened it up and it was like, just like, like there,
As long as you get it started, it should.
What position have you ever?
Oh,
But I like that.
They need to do something. I just want to know.
They're in your room, if they're here.
Well, they one in my room, they're going into sell my.
All of them are in my room.
They're up some of these problems.
When were you?
And then I had to read.
Can we check on that stuff?
Did it not come before school?
And he
Well, yours did, mine did, mine came last week.
So I don't.
I ordered in April and I just got it. Can I have the 2 weeks ago? But this other stuff I ordered.
Yeah.
I think Amazon she does right away because it's really easy and I think it's not.
I didn't.
Well, and I did some, I can't remember what publisher, because it was on Amazon.
We'll go ahead and get started back up. So I think, I kind of knew, we didn't get to this yesterday with the reading. You registered your resources, but we didn't get a chance to look at what is in there, and it really is a useful resource. So this is the writing one. We said you could print off the anchor chart stickies. It also gives you the information of where to order them and how much they are. But you can print those off. I've used them in title groups before when I was doing mysteries with a group in 3rd grade. I printed off the sticky notes and cut and pasted and minimized and just kind of made a little chart for them to keep in their title folder when we were reading about mysteries. So they're kind of handy to use in different ways, especially if you're a SPED teacher or title, it might be helpful. Or, I don't know, the middle school teachers have said they kind of liked the kids having a little anchor chart when they were doing a certain unit to have in their writers or readers notebook. So you can use that in different ways. So there's that. And then general information lists the standards also, but for reading, if your school board or parents want to know what standards you're teaching, in the reading resources online, all actually are in the back cover of your book, but in reading, they're not in the back cover, they're in the online resources. But I would encourage you to go to this general information in both the reading and the writing just to watch this video for your grade level. It's about 45 minutes for the reading and probably about the same for the writing. But it's kind of helpful just to listen to Lucy Calkins go through the box, talk a little bit about each unit. She gives some really good information. She also has online office hours through the Heinemann website, and the four of us have watched those and just learned so much. Teachers can call in questions and she answers them, but there's something about Lucy Calkins. She is so good to listen to, and you're just going to really get a lot out of that. So can't say enough about the importance of this. I think all the PACE teachers, the year we started, everybody watched that just to kind of get an overview. And then also there's, for each unit, so all the spiral bound in your box, there is resources for that. So here it has the state standards for that unit again. It has the anchor charts, and then each session, it has some resources you might use in the session that it refers to in your lesson. So if you need more, if it says, look in the online resources for samples, student samples, you can go to that. So anyway, each lesson is on there. I'm just going to keep it, as long as it's open, you can keep going down. Okay, so that, and then unit 2, 3, 4, the if-then curriculum is on here too. The guidebook is on here. I'm not sure, I think just the index maybe. I don't think the whole book is on there. And then the writing pathways, you have a whole book in your box called Writing Pathways. It looks like this. This whole entire book is on the online resources. So you can just go to the checklists or the rubrics that you need for grading their writing, for either opinion, informational, and the narrative. And there's also, all grade levels are listed there. So if you have a student who is writing more on a first grade level, but you're teaching third grade, you may want to give them the first grade writing checklist as they're working on their writing. So the checklists are for the students, kind of, did I do this? Yes, check. This, yes. It's just things on, if you're doing narrative, things to include in their narrative writing. So it's a student tool. The teachers use the rubrics to grade. So the rubrics are on here, and we're going to go through these a little more with you tomorrow. We're going to go over the grading part. But there's some student work samples on here. If you just kind of want to see third grade narrative writing, what it looks like, and it's annotated how they graded it, it's kind of helpful. So there's a lot there. This first year, you may not be ready to really get into that yet. But, the longer you're doing workshop, the more you're going to have the need to know these things, and you'll know it's here in the online resources. Okay, so, and reading is the same way. You just, all the units are listed out in the resources you need for the units. I think K1 and 2, your paper choices to print are on here. I was telling Alyssa, I thought there was third grade writing paper, but we couldn't seem to find it on here. I thought Larissa or Julie, one of the third grade teachers I worked with, said, yes, I found the paper. So, I have to ask them where it's at, but we couldn't find it easily, but it is pretty easy to find it in K1 and 2. Okay, so that's the Heinemann website with the online resources. Okay, I am going to open up the PowerPoint now, so if you guys need to take a stretch break, I know we just had a break, but I need to open up the PowerPoint again. guidebook today on management, because this first part really is a lot like the reading. So I do encourage you, Nest City friends and our new Holy Family and Alyssa, to go ahead and read the whole chapter. Be sure, and actually everybody, you can read the whole chapter, but kind of to start out, I would like for you to turn and talk with a shoulder partner. Just if you were here yesterday and your partner beside you wasn't here, then you're going to do the talking and kind of tell them just some basic general management things you remember just that helps with workshop. Some major things that stuck out to you. We watched some great videos yesterday of teachers with awesome management. Just kind of basic, important things with workshop that will help things go smoother. Because we said it's the management that either makes or breaks workshop for you, whether you're going to enjoy it or not. If you got great management, the kids will be better and you're going to enjoy it more. So let's see, Mary, if you could help Alyssa. You weren't here for the management yesterday afternoon. Okay, so how about
I was, and I was paying.
So you don't get when kids, you'll be like, oh, I'll sit there.
just get right here in the press.
So like, just make sure that they've got like.
Jenny, are you going to talk to the Nest City?
Because I did reading and writing workshop last year. And so when it was time for reading workshop, I would say, okay, readers, and that was their clue to come join me on the carpet for our mini lesson. So during writing, it's time for the mini lesson. Okay, writers. And then I even adopted that into my math. Okay, mathematicians, and then they noticed that.
Also,
But just how it's set up in a way that makes sense so they know what's expected.
I train them in all of that.
Yeah, structures and systems, like. Oh, and keeping on the same time limit, like it's how, like, so there's a connection that makes it like, you're like, oh, one time I was driving to school and I got a flat tire and I didn't know what I was going to do. And
That's the whole scripted thing, man.
yeah, but
Just make it your own and.
so,
You're not assigning them.
I try not to because, like, I'll read the little word and then I tweak it just a little bit so that it's authentic to me. Like, one of them was that my car broke down or that, like, the check engine light came on or whatever. I was telling the story and like my hair is rolling. And then when I finished it, I'm really happy this morning. No! And they were like, oh, okay. But, like that connection piece and the teaching point, those are 2 to 3 minutes. Like you tell your story and you say, today we're going to, I want you to learn about how, you know, one of them was like, I took my bike to be repaired. Do you think he like tightened it and said, here you go? No, he checked his word, he made sure the bike ran the way it was supposed to, and checked it again. So, what I want you to learn
let's just
as a
share out
teacher
some
or
things. Let's start up in the front with Katie.
So you make that
Share 2 big things that you
One of the things we talked about is transition teams. Like they saw in the video today, for snapping and then the kids need to turn around. And we really just talked about honing down at the beginning of the year on expectations for, you know, what it's like during the living lesson, what we need to do during the
some clear expectations, having a signal to get everybody's attention. Not the teacher got up with the snap. Some teachers do different things for that. Okay, how about you 5? Something different that they didn't mention that?
Thinking of structure. At first when I started watching that college, like all this stuff like that, but as she was talking, she knew exactly where she was going, where she did it. All it takes is just seconds, especially when they're little.
Oh, exactly. The younger they are, the harder it is, or the easier it is. Yeah, right. You have to be. So organization, the structure, little bit about yesterday about with the lessons. You definitely want to read them over because it might have something in it that you wouldn't say it. The connection, the little story doesn't fit you, so you want to not be caught off guard by something. Kindergarten had the word bug bugs. And talking about bugs, and Jill Hedlund at the time said, I couldn't believe it. I would never say the word bugs because these kids think that's a bad word. So anyway, you just want to be organized and know and read that ahead of time to be ready to go. Anything else from that group? Okay, Angie.
Well, I was just about to tell them this, but one of the things that Lori said yesterday that I thought was really important was, when we tell that story, then all of a sudden the kids are like, oh, that happened to me, or oh, I did that, or I went there, and all the hands shoot up, and you just have to say, okay, thumbs up if that's ever happened to you, and move on, because if you start hearing stories, your 10 minutes are blown.
Exactly. So that framework that we have up here for reading workshop, writing workshop goes this way. I mean, all you do is substitute the word writing for reading. But right, that 10-minute mini lesson, if you let them start talking, you definitely will go over. And especially with the writing. Lucy Calkins has said the writing mini lessons are way longer. They're too wordy, and she wished she may republish those another time with more explicit and shortened down. So right, it's, you want to give kids a chance to talk and to share, but you cannot do it during this 10-minute mini lesson. There's a little bit of active engagement time where they talk, but if you notice the teacher in here, she hushed them down pretty quick. Not everybody's going to get a chance to share, and there was even a video where they were sitting down and the girl had her hand at the start, and the teacher just pretended she did not see that hand, because that's not a time, that's the teacher's time, and you need to protect your teaching time. So limit conversations. You get what you expect. You enable them to be time wasters if you let them. So you just have to expect that. Let's see.
And did you talk about a signal or a sound in that last one of those last videos you went?
Yeah, somebody mentioned that. Yeah, a signal. A countdown. Some teachers count down. Telling the kids, maybe they're finishing up math or something, you're going to start a reading workshop or writing workshop, and you may just go around to the table and say, 5 minutes, guys, we're start writing workshop. Kind of giving them a warning so they know, and then when you give the signal, you might say, okay, it's time for writing work. We get to do writing workshop, we don't lose it. 5, and just start cleaning up that voiceover and just getting them focused so you are ready to start on time. Okay, partnerships, that came up during reading, and somebody asked me in our small group about how do you do writing partners. So I feel like that's only going to take us just maybe 3 minutes to read, but I want everybody to read their own level for partnerships. So primary, establishing long-term partnerships on page 48. It's like 2 paragraphs. So if you could just look at that. And intermediate, it is establishing long-term partnerships, page 50. It's about 2 paragraphs. And middle school, yours is page 50 also, and it's a little bit longer. So you don't have to read managing the mini lesson. We kind of already talked about that, but I do want you to talk about partnerships. They come to the floor and sit with their partners, and you want to know how to establish those. So just quickly read through that section. they function a little differently. They're an audience for the writer. So Haley's my partner, I'm gonna read my writing to her, and she's gonna share with me. So what about, I'm not sure that all the levels have this, but ELL students, English language learners, they talked about putting them in triads. And maybe they're language-based if you have, because the goal is you want to talk about something. It's, you don't want to mess with language and try to figure out, so it could be language-based depending on your class. About how long should you keep them together?
Forever.
Yeah, could be all year long. I mean, especially if they're working well together. Sometimes it can be unit-based. It depends on the kids. It depends on the unit. So, right. So I think what's good to know is they don't have to be at the same writing level to be partners, because it's just a little bit different function. So, okay. Then it goes on to talk about management during the mini lesson. We talked about that a little bit. You want to stick to your time. How about when you send them off, those yesterday during reading, we talked about when you send them off after the mini lesson to their seat. Wow, that can be a horrible time for them to get off task and lollygag. So what were some structures, those of you who read that yesterday, it really applies to writing. What are some things you can do to get that to move smoothly?
To have everything ready for them for when they get back, so they don't have to go looking for pencils and paper, and that it's all ready.
Right, have their box of writing folders that would be writing folders instead of reading bags, but they may not sit at their regular desk during writing workshop as they do the rest of the day, because they're going to be sitting with their partners in a way, and so you may have a tub, a basket with all the blue table, and have somebody get that ready and have it there. So after the mini lesson, their stuff is ready to go. They're not fiddling through their desk looking for it. Yeah, that's a great one. Anything else? Yes, I love that language she used. Send them off with a purpose. After you finish your link, after the end of your mini lesson. So today, writers, I want you to, have the purpose, or give them a purpose, or you may say to them, I want you to take a minute right now, think about what we talked about. Which one of these are you going to be working on in your writing today? When you are ready, you may go back to your team. And so they have a purpose. It also said sometimes they don't all go back at the same time. If you have this group that they're not sure what they're going to work on for that day, you don't want that to always be the same 5 kids sitting there. Once again, don't enable them. And I think it was in this intermediate book. I wanted to read that aloud to you. When a youngster feels stuck, the first instinct is usually to find the teacher and ask, what should I do next? You will want to approach those interactions being clear that your job can't be to dole out all the little steps that every writer is going to take. So at the start of each day's writing, you may say to them, and she and Lucy says, I suggest teachers forcefully get themselves out of the role of making individual plans for writers. It can help just to say to children, at the start of each day's writing workshop, I won't be available for conferences. Instead, this is time for you to make some decisions on your own, and for me to admire and record the ways you get yourself started in your writing. So you want to kind of help them to become independent and take control of themselves as a writer, and you're going to admire how they were able to do that. Yeah. So sending them off with a purpose, having them think about what they're going to work on in their writing, and going so that you can get that independent time started. So during that independent time, so write. That is your busy time. Once again, it's just like reading. You're not at your desk doing your own writing. You're not calling kids up to you. I think we've made that pretty clear this week so far, that is your busy teaching time, and that's the time that you're going to get to differentiate and move your writers forward. So they're not all going to start writing for 40 minutes, so you may need to break that 40-minute time up a little bit, do some, have them write for a little bit depending on their age, and then you can stop, and your writing. You know, so you can break that time up. You can't expect them just to all be able to do that 40 minutes. So working up to that stamina. So what we're going to do for this first section, the nature of children's work in the primary, you're going to have 52 to 54, intermediate 53 to 57, and also middle school. So I think we're going to get back in those groups, primary, middle, or primary, intermediate, and middle high school. And before you start your reading, we're going to do what's called the jigsaw type of reading. So that section on, if everybody wants to turn to that page. So for primary, it's the managing, the nature of children's work. Page 52 for primary. Intermediate, what do I have up there? 53. At the bottom of page 53 and middle school, the bottom of page 53. That's kind of a little bit of a long section and it's already, you know, after 2:30. So I think what we'll do is a jigsaw activity where your group will decide who's going to read which part. And then you just read your part and then you get together and teach your part to your group. And that might be a way to get through that. Okay? All right? Just the nature of children's work. It shouldn't take us too long to do that. And then the managing, conferring, and the share, you're just going to come back and read on your own. Okay? All right. So if you could go to those groups. Kind of break that up, how your team wants to break it up, who wants to read which part. And stop at the managing, conferring.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
You're supposed to stop at the managing.
So should we just do like section one? We'll take section one. We'll read the students' work during the workshop.
You're supposed to stop at the managing conferring.
Got it. Thank you. What do you want each of them?
Anybody find something that surprised them that she said? I wasn't sure how I felt about, she said, in the primary book anyway, she said, you know, have a line of kids that can follow you around. And I thought, oh boy, I don't know about that. You have to really manage that. So, I don't know, anybody want to have a suggestion or anything, a comment about that? Do you agree? Yeah. So I think, you know, I like the idea of having someone come with you to listen in. You know, they learn from listening in and eavesdropping, but I wouldn't want that line to get too long. I don't think she's saying you should let it be like a mother duckling with little ducks behind her, but I guess it will be a reminder to you. Maybe you need to stop your workshop and just totally reteach that. You know, if you need help, you can ask your partner, or maybe they all are having the same question and you need to do a mid-workshop teaching point and get everybody refocused again. So, anything else in that conferring section?
We've talked a lot today between us about the conferring and how, I know we want eavesdroppers, but how disruptive it could be in our classrooms when we've tried it. Because they're nosy, and they just want to see what's going on, and then they don't get to work because they're so focused on what's going on. And then I have a 7-year-old too, who, if you conferred in her classroom, I don't know how she'd ever get anything done. She's got to know what's going on.
what everybody's doing. So,
Right, so you know your kids and you know how you want your classroom to be, so just you get what you expect again. So maybe you just need to have real clear expectations on when you can get up and what to do when you're stuck. Maybe that needs to be a mini lesson. You know, knowing what to do when you're stuck, what could you do? Well, maybe until I can get to pull on another piece of writing or start a new piece. Kind of depends on the grade level a little bit. Find a part to revise on an old story. Maybe have the kids come up with a list of things they could do when they're stuck.
And she's kind of talking about how just, how you're talking to a kid and the other kid's just sitting there looking at you. And they're listening, but they, not doing anything. So, I guess if that was a problem in a classroom, she doesn't suggest this. In fact, she suggests you go to the kid to conference with them. But if it was a class-wide problem and kids just can't focus when you're talking to someone else, I might set up a little office area. I mean, you want to always be seeing what the other kids are doing, but if you had a corner of the room where you could talk a little softer, where, I don't think it's a bad thing for kids to listen in, unless they're doing it the whole workshop and they're not getting anything done. It could just be an avoidance, and then that's a whole nother issue. So,
How she said to keep eye contact with the one that you're conferencing with, but then those eavesdroppers, whatever, you get up. So do any of the rest of you want to try that too? Great, you know, you want to see it. You can hold them accountable, right?
Check in on the end to see how you try that. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Gives them a purpose. They lost their purpose and they need a new purpose, right?
I like, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I just like that it says, you need to accept that they will do work that is less than perfect. You won't always be there to raise the level of their work, and that's okay. And if you're trying to raise the level of all of their work, you're giving yourself too much work, and therefore not getting your point across. You're not spending your time teaching effectively.
and that is a big stumbling block. We all have our egos kind of tied up in our students' products. And, it's really hard sometimes to just think, oh gosh, it is really hard. But teachers who love the writing workshop are the ones that embrace the process of it and worry less about the product. And those teachers that are frustrated by the workshop are the ones that want to produce perfect pieces every time. And you could drive yourself crazy trying to do that. And that's that control, I think, maybe you said, you have to get a little of that control up and know it'll be okay.
Compliment the kids on trying something new.
Right.
You tried something. It might not be perfect, but they tried it, and that's awesome. It's not perfect, but it's great. You tried something new, and next time maybe we can work on that.
I think noticing that too, and praising it and verbalizing it out loud is what keeps them going. Saying something like what you just said, oh my gosh, you tried something new today, look what you did. And then I think that encourages them to try something new again tomorrow, and again tomorrow, the next day, because that's the only way they're going to, that encouragement, I think, even though it might not be perfect, that encouragement keeps them going and motivates them.
The wonderers, they can be the ones that you're going to maybe give them a purpose, and then they're going to have to share at the end during the share. We're going to read now about managing the share, but that will hold kids, sometimes there's wanderers of the kids that are not getting busy. Give them a purpose by they're going to share today or tomorrow, whatever it is. So let's go ahead and read the section on managing the share, and then we'll just have a brief sharing about the share. Share about the share. To read on your own, but we kind of talked about that with the reading. Go find some help, do some observation, maybe videotape yourself. Those are all good things you can do that can help with that. But let's just, the different types of shares, what did you guys